everyone. Welcome to, for me, Tuesday afternoon sprints. I feel very strange because this is the first time in a long time I've been sprinting alone, but I am ready to be productive and I actually have a lot of stuff I got to get done. So, welcome to those who are here. Let me know in the comments what you're doing, what you're up to. My plan is for us to sprint at least until probably Brittany. Brittany loves reading. Actually, a very fun thing is that we've set it up so that it redirects you immediately. So while you'll be with me at 12 o'clock, or for now, in 6 hours' time, if you're still around, it's going to immediately send you to Brittany so that you can just continue sprinting. So I think that that's going to work out really well. My intention, as the title suggests, is that this is going to be my weekly sprinting time. So I have Tuesdays free. I don't happen to work on this day. And I also usually don't leave the house unless I go for a walk. So I'm like, okay, this is the perfect time for me to actually like host sprints normally and yeah, get to kind of provide those who want daytime sprints or evening sprints if you're in Europe or in the UK. We kind of get to accommodate because usually if I'm hosting on the weekends, I am doing evening sprints for me. So anywho, what I'm going to be doing today is, as you can see, I'm having a lot of fun with StreamYard and like doing overlays. So you can see here what I'm currently reading. That is Death and Fromage. I haven't started it yet. My plan is to start it sometime during today's sprint because if I understand correctly, it just came out today in the United States. In the UK and elsewhere, it's been out for quite some time, but it's just being published, I believe, by Poison Pen Press. And I'm really looking forward to reading it because I read Death and Croissants and I really enjoyed that. I thought it was very humorous. Apparently, Ian Moore is a comedian. And so I don't know, you can just tell that he infuses a lot of humor in it. And I'm pretty sure. So when I was listening to Death and Croissants, he was the audiobook narrator as well. And so it was really fun to hear him deliver his own lines. As a comedian, he knows how to make it funny, you know what I mean? Versus like hiring someone out who they've got to kind of interpret how you wanted the line delivered. So I'm really excited. I have the audiobook on Hoopla, but I also have the ebook because it was a NetGalley ARC on my e-reader. So we're going to have fun there. But I need to get some recording done for my video that's going to be out on Thursday. I'm going to be reflecting on my reads and comparing them to January's. So that's probably going to be my first goal. But let's see who's here, what you guys are up to. Thanks for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it because I know like midweek sprints are kind of weird, especially daytime. Hello, Laura. I saw that you were here pretty early, just checking things out, which I appreciated. Hope all are well. We'll mostly be lurking today, but wanted to say hi and boot the like. I appreciate it, Laura. And also, since this will be like my weekly time, if you tend to be free or like random times you're free, let me know and I can always like send you the link to come sprint with me. That's totally up to you. I am glad that you're lurking today. And also, this is too funny and also too kind. Laura ended up providing me with like a super sticker for £2, and honestly, so sweet of you. I will be putting that to a coffee because I don't know how many of you know. I say it sometimes, but there's a cafe, like a coffee house that is just about a mile away from me. And so sometimes I walk there and I get like a coffee because it's really cheap. It's like $2 for, a pour coffee. So that's what I'm going to be dedicating that to. Thanks so much, Laura. I know that you kind of were like, oops, you didn't realize how it worked. Sorry, I wanted to know what the button did. I didn't think it would be so obvious. No, totally fine. I think there's also like potentially a chance where you can like write a little message if you wanted to next time or whatever for those who are interested. I'm not as familiar with this either. It's a weird feature and I was hesitant to even provide it because I was like, oh, I feel really weird being like, hey, if you want, you can give me money. So it is a really weird feeling for me too, but thank you so much. I do appreciate it, Laura. Hello, Taylor. Reading Cinder and Ella by Kelly Oram and so far liking it. Ooh, so this is like a Cinderella retelling. Is Cinder and Ella, are they two different people? Are they in a romance together? Are they twins? I'm intrigued. This is really interesting because I know that Cinder is its own title, but Cinder and Ella, I've never heard of that. I'm into the retellings lately. We can blame Brittany for that because she had me read For the Wolf, and now that's all I want to do. Hello, Chrissy, joining and starting The Black Crescent by Jane Johnson, a historical fantasy taking place in Casablanca. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm already starting to star things. I'm going to star Cinderella. I'm also going to star The Black Crescent because I've realized that, and I've mentioned this before too, so I always repeat myself on here. I really like historical fiction that has a specific genre it's attached to. So fantasy, sci-fi, mystery. So that it adds a certain vibe. I like it. What do they call it? Like gas lamp or steampunk? I still get those confused, but yeah. Good morning, Sam and Beanie. Working, but hoping I'll be able to stick around for a bit. Sounds good. And honestly, depending on how long the chatty bits go, I feel like it won't be too long. As someone who's by myself, I do like to talk, but I think that it'll be a bit more structured today than usual. So I don't think we'll get to talking for too long, but if we do, that's okay. And you can always mute us. Please feel free to do that. Hello, Jen. I'm cleaning up my kids' toys, aka throwing a bunch of stuff away. Oh my gosh, but I'm assuming you've got to do it while they're away so they don't notice. It's kind of like with pets too, when you see their chewed up toys and you kind of start walking away with it and they're like, what are you doing? Where are you going with my toy that I love that I haven't touched in a week, but still I want it? That's what I'm imagining, especially with kids, because I was really territorial with my own toys and things. It's really hard for me to say goodbye to them still, I think, some of my stuff. Good morning, Lily. How are you? What are you up to today? Oh, I see that you're reading Slammed by Colleen Hoover this morning. That must be part of her backlist, like one of her maybe earlier titles before she was traditionally published, because I haven't actually heard of that. I haven't read anything by Colleen Hoover, but she's very popular at the library where I work, so we have everything stocked. And I know that we've been collecting some of her like older titles that are being republished. So yeah, let me know what you think of it. Perfect timing. Just got my DoorDash. Yes, we love it of butterflies. Chick-fil-A got delivered and I'm ready. Oh, you're reading from Lakov with Love? I've never heard of this either. You're all throwing titles at me that I've never heard of, and it's very exciting. Enjoy your DoorDash. I'm glad that this is perfect timing for you. Hello, Steph. Reading Empire of the Vampire buddy read pages until work this afternoon. Ooh, nice. Getting in a little bit of reading before work. Hopefully that gets you into like a good mindset before you have to, work today. Hello, Michaela. I need to make lunch in the first sprint, listening to my buddy read pages at the moment. Awesome. Yeah, I love that we're all like getting that done. And it is lunchtime. So I'm sure a lot of us are going to be doing like a lunch sprint or maybe a dinner sprint at some point for those of you who are obviously ahead of us in time zone. Just finishing lunch, Tanil. Love it. I'll leave this up for watch time while I go back to work. Oh, thanks so much. I do appreciate it. I hope you have a good day at work. I completely forgot your sprints are today. I know. And also, I've been talking about doing it for Tuesdays for so long, and I was doing it during Battle of the Girl Bands. And then I honestly just scheduled this in the last like 24 hours. I was like, oh, right. I need to actually like schedule it. I can't keep saying I'm going to do it. I'm so excited to be joining a weekday reading sprint. Me too, Nikki. Thank you so much for being here. I am rereading Their Eyes Were Watching God by Zora Neale Hurston. Ooh, well, what are your motivations for rereading it? Have you just been kind of meaning to do it? Are you doing it for like a book club? That's really interesting, especially because it's such a classic. I read it in school, so it has been a while. I do remember, was there a character named like Tea Cake or something? I remember that being one of the first times reading a book, seeing kind of a non-traditional name and just being like, oh my gosh, we can name our characters anything. It's a bit fuzzy though, because this was more than 10 years ago. Hello, Greta. Hoping on while I do some uni work. Yes, I said hoping, and I know you meant hopping. As soon as I said that, I was like, we get it. Good luck with your uni work. I hope that we can like motivate you to remain productive. I know that Tuesdays are big uni days for you. Hello, Kelsey. Working. Most of us are working. I understand that. But still reading The Frozen River and still loving it. Hoping to finish it in the next few days, though. I'm reading You're Ready to Move On to Magnolia Parks, Into the Dark, then 1984. We're going to have to coordinate because maybe we can read 1984 around the same time. So when you're ready to start it, maybe I'll try to start it with you. I know that Jess from the Hex Library also commented on one of my videos recently being like, oh, that's right. I was meant to read 1984 in February. And I'm like, You weren't alone. We're all going to try to work on it together. But yeah, I know that you've been meaning to continue Magnolia Parks for quite some time. Hello, Beatrice. How are you? I'm doing well. Just got home from getting my nails done. Very nice. I'm sure that was very therapeutic, hopefully relaxing. Hopefully it turned out exactly as you wanted them to do. I need to let you all know, I've never had my nails done before. I do tend to wear them a bit long, just naturally, but I've never actually gotten them done. I've had a pedicure done like once, and it was very fun. But yeah, that's something that I suppose is like on my bucket list. I feel like it could be fun, but I feel like I would play with it, if it's something that's attached to me. Have you played the game called Hades, Leandra? It's on PC and handheld devices. No, but I am in, what would you call it, the market for like more games, because there's a handful that I tend to play, and then I realize that I don't really, it's more so they get recommended to me and I start playing them. I don't really go off and look for games, but I'm in the market for like maybe cozy games. I've been itching to play Sims recently again. I don't know why. I get in those moods and then I just want to spend a day playing it. But I also have like this mystery game that was inspired by Poirot. What else? Yeah, there's been a few cozy games that I've kind of had my eye out, and I'm like, ooh, that does look really fun. Good morning, Kiana. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I'm juggling a few books right now, but I will try to finish IPB1 today. Yes. Are you still enjoying it? Are you still having fun? I hope you are. It is really fun. I will say that I've actually, because on Sunday, for those who didn't know, Brittany and I read books 12 and 13. Yes, 12 and 13 in the series. And I feel as though now that I've had time to reflect, I might actually give them a bit lower ratings. Nothing crazy, but I think I'm going to give book 12 3 stars, and then book 13 3.5. That's kind of where I'm sitting right now. Honestly, a solid day, because usually we have like a 5 star and then a 1 star, and it's just chaos. So this was a tame Sunday for us. Hello, Liminal Season, new to my channel. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for hanging out. And also thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate it, because for my chat, you have to subscribe for like 5 minutes before you can talk. And that's more of a safety measure, just so everyone knows. It's not me trying to like sneak people into my community. But I hope you get to stick around, because we are pretty fun here. But you're here to work on a research paper. So many people in the comments tend to be working on like uni work, research work, and hopefully maybe you'll see them later on today, depending on what they're doing. Like I know Maggie is doing research as well, and a few others. We just had Greta mention that they are doing research. So you are very much welcome to join. And I promise that we'll stick to a decent talking and then study schedule, just to give you the time that you need to relax, but also feel productive. Thanks for giving me a chance. I hope you have fun. Good morning, Bethany. I will be working on a job application. See, we're all doing productivity stuff today, which I think is sometimes what we need. So I wish you luck. I'm sorry that you've got to make out these job applications. They are really stressful, but I hope it's for a job that you really want and that you feel like it'll be good for you if you get it. LOL, yes, my kids are at school. Yes. This is when you can like plot and get some toys out of the house without them even noticing. Gotta go start work. Sounds good, Kiana. No worries. You enjoy work. I hope it's not too stressful for you. Thanks for stopping by. Hello, Val. I love that you are sprinting on Tuesdays, because it's my day off. I'll probably be doing some household chores. Yes, that sounds good. And hopefully getting to do some sewing and listening to some audiobook. Haven't decided which. Yeah, right. I am on the go a little bit. I've got a couple audiobooks that maybe not a couple. I've got one audiobook, then a couple physical books. You can see I'm juggling. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to like lessen my currently reading situation. So I don't know why I'm also starting Death on Fromage, but I really want to read it. But sounds good. Yeah. This is like kind of the time when I usually throw in an audiobook on Tuesdays, and I do household chores too. So you and me. Hello, Linz. I am doing well today. It's been good. It's been a very chill Sunday for me, because as I said, it's my day off. I'm probably going to continue A Touch of Darkness, but I really don't want to. I know you weren't having a fun time with it. Is it getting worse, or are you just continuing to like be meh about it? Like, how are you feeling? We're out running errands, but I've got you on my phone. Oh, thanks so much, more. I really do appreciate it. Also, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed because all my library holds in all formats are coming in. That is honestly, you get dry spells where nothing comes in, and then suddenly everyone's returning books at the same time, and it's super overwhelming. And honestly, yes, I have a bit of a larger project which wrote, you may or may not remember, but 1984 is like the iceberg, and I need to read that before I can continue my planned vlog for it. I guess it's not really a surprise, and it's probably going to be a long time before I get it done, but I want to read 1984, and then I want to read the subsequent books inspired by it. Like I have the graphic novel as well at my library that I want to get. I also have Julia. I recently borrowed that. I don't know why I borrowed it because I'm not going to be reading it anytime soon, but I want to read that. I want to read 1Q84. And then I also want to read, is it The Memory Police? All of those kind of books that are inspired or reimaginings of 1984. I feel like that could be a really fun vlog doing all of them, but it would be like taking my time with it. So it's a longer project. So yeah. I got my first pedicure this last December, and it was lovely. I want to go again. I know it feels really nice. Like they know what they're doing, and it's just a good time to relax. And I don't know, they were really kind because you kind of get nervous. You're like, I'm so sorry that you've got to like work with my feet, and it's their job. So like it just feels very weird though, as like the person who's like getting the service. I've never had my nails done either. I can't handle the smell of, ooh, that's true too. I think I'm a bit sensitive to smells as well, and it probably is a bit like alcohol heavy as far as like with the cleaning, and that's a good point, Bethany. I didn't even think about that factor. I always get the urge to play some. Me too. And I watch a lot of like playthroughs where people are playing it, and then I'm like, ooh, I could totally play that. That would be really fun. And it's been a while since I've played. I'm rereading for it for a book club. I was wondering. There is a character named Tea Cake. Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm glad that I wasn't just throwing some weird stuff at you. Cool. I hope you find the book club like discussion really fascinating, because I think it is one of those books that should be discussed. You know, sometimes you can read books on your own and you're just like, okay, that was great. And others, you're like, I can feel that this is meant to be discussed with other people. I'm loving the vibes of this print already. Oh, great. Thank you so much. And also, I'll call you Liminal if you're okay with that, but you can totally provide me with your name if you'd like. Some people you'll see that I already know their names because they've been here before, but other people who just prefer that I call them by their screen name, I can totally do that too. I'll be doing a bit of work this afternoon, maybe some reading on my lunch, doing a partial day because my son is sick, but my dad is here to watch him so I can work. Oh, that's so nice. I'm glad that you've got the support so that you can be there for your son, but you can also step away and get things done and not leave him like being like, where I need support. I'm sorry that he's not well. That's not fun. It's also probably partially the change of the seasons and everything like that. So yeah. I am still having a lot of fun. I'm loving the book. Ooh, great, Beatrice. I'm glad. And like I said, if you're vibing with Georgie, I have a hunch that you're going to vibe even more with Liz, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. Hello, Claire. Finished work for the day, so planning to read Her Majesty's Royal Coven and make more progress in Keeping 13 by Chloe Walsh. Amazing. Also, congratulations on finishing your day of work. I'm glad. I'm sure you're so relieved. And yeah, enjoy those 2 reads. Very fun. Also, Claire has some projects and ideas coming in the surface. I'm not going to say anything because it's not mine, but I'm happy to be a part of it. So if you're interested, keep an eye out for Claire. Maybe subscribe to her channel so that you're already prepared. I don't know. Things to think about. And I am really thinking of giving 5 stars, only based on vibes. Honestly, I feel like Ice Planet Barbarians, you have to just do vibes. You cannot be technical with it. Like I almost have mentally thought that I should keep Ice Planet Barbarians in its own sphere away from every other book I'm reading because it doesn't align. Like a 4-star read for Ice Planet Barbarians doesn't match a 4-star read for anything else. It's just it's separate thing. Hello, everyone. Hello, Jessica. I called out of work today as I'm not feeling well. So great day for sprints, yes, and for relaxing. If you need to, you can always like dim me, lower my volume, be away, because sometimes being in front of a screen is like the last thing you want to do while you're not well. I'm trying to finish Vera Wong's Unsolicited Advice for Murderers. Ooh, that's a part of a series, isn't it? Vera Wong, or I'm imagining I can see the cover. Like, and I do want to read that. But I can't remember if that's like the first or second book in the series. So I hope you enjoy it. And I hope you can like actually get some enjoyment even though you're not well. So I hope you get better soon. I read 1Q84 a long time ago and it stuck with me. I still need to actually read 1984. Yeah, well, that's why I didn't even picture that. I've had 1Q84 on my shelves forever. I'm actually staring at it right now, and it's on my shelf destruct list this year, where I'm like, Leandra, you got to read it in 2024. If you don't, like, you're never going to read it. And then I started thinking about, I'm like, it's one number / letter off of 1984. Is there a connection? And so that's why I really want to read 1984 first. But I do like Murakami's work. I haven't read it in a long time, though. I'll have to let you know what I think. And also, Nikki, thank you so much for the super sticker. As I said, you all probably saw me get very embarrassed and nervous about it before, but I really appreciate it. I will be adding that as a second coffee, my outing. I don't go to the cafe very often because I always tell myself, I'm like, oh, you've got coffee at home, but it's a really fun atmosphere. So thank you so much. I'll be thinking of you, and I'll be thinking of Laura when I go there next. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Maybe I can get a scone as well as a coffee. I don't know. But yeah, no one needs to do that. So I do appreciate it. Oh, good idea. Realistically thinking of starting it in 2 weekends. 2 weekends. Okay, the 16th, 17th. Yeah, I think that would be a good motivation if we just check in with each other being like, hey, I'm starting. And I'll be like, okay, I'm starting too. Because doing it on our own, I think it's too easy for us to be like, oh, well, we'll start it later. So yeah, we'll talk. I'm just very disappointed. I was hoping for more fantasy, and it's more of a romance. Oh, that's right. And very insta-lovey, even though they're supposed to be enemies. And I hate everything about their relationship. Oh my goodness, there are so many not great things to be said here. That really stinks. I am tired of insta-love too. I don't think it really makes sense. Even with contemporary romances, I kind of accept it sometimes, and I'm like, but can't you just give us more time? Let them, it's okay if they just look at each other and be like, hey, I really care for you, I really like you. But to be like, I would die for you, it's like, okay, let's slow our roll for a second. And yeah, it seems like it's a bit more, what is it called, romantasy than fan row. I think I used those terms correctly. Let me know if I didn't. Hello, Crystal. I'm working from home today, but hoping to get some reading in when I can. Currently reading The Serpent and the Wings of Night and loving it so far. Honestly, that's another romantasy, right? Or is it fan row? Now I'm confusing myself. But a friend of mine recently read that and she loved it. She really enjoyed it. So it's on my list of things to consider. You can call me Anna. Oh, awesome. Or Liminal. I don't mind. Okay, great. I'll try to remember that it's Anna. And also let me know if it's Anna or Anna. I don't know why I said Anna in the first place, but yes. Okay. Awesome. Thanks for letting us get to know you, Anna. I appreciate it, because you also, to your own level of comfort, never have to give us more information than you feel comfortable doing. Just a random comment, but lately I have been having the need to put more videos per week, but also I know I'm not able to. Honestly, it's almost like keeping up with the rat race or keeping up with the Joneses. And I felt that way too. And I have even, I wanted this year to do 2 videos a week. Last year, I did 1 approximately, and I felt good about it. And now I've already kind of loosened up. My scheduled days are Sunday, Thursday, personally. But this Sunday, I was on sprints with Brittany for 12 hours on her channel and then on mine. And I was like, there's just no way. There's no way I can do both. And so I decided to be like, okay, well, I'm sprinting on this day rather than hosting a video. So you could always maybe do that too. If things start to get overwhelming for you, try that out and then see if you want to add in. But it is overwhelming, especially depending on how long your content is, because you're so new to this, Beatrice. I know it's really tough, but I would almost keep yourself to 1. And then if you start getting super ahead where you're like, wow, I'm recording and I have scheduled 2 or 3 weeks in advance, maybe then you'll know that you're ready for the 2 videos a week thing. Others who are creators in the comments, please feel free to give Beatrice their own perspective on it, because we're all different. But that's what I'm thinking. So I understand. I would feel overwhelmed, and I felt that way too, where I'm like, oh, I need to produce. I need to keep up. And it's like, that's not where my channel's at yet. I want to read Her Majesty Royal Coven. That's what Claire's reading because it has queer witches. Ooh, I love that. Yeah, that sounds really great, actually. Claire, you should have started with that, and I would have been like, I'm on that too. But also, I feel very discouraged sometimes because my subscribers are not very linear. That's how a lot of us are, actually. So I know that's tough because I'm a larger creator than you. I'm not the largest one. I know I'm not. But recently I mentioned in a video where I was like, oh, I hit 1,500. That's so exciting. And I'm like, I also know that I might not be there by the time people watch it because things fluctuate. And lo and behold, on the day, periodically, it did go down, and I was like, well, it is what it is. And now I'm comfortably over it again, but like we see fluctuations even at any level. So yeah, Beatrice, I know that it can be tough and a bit discouraging. So let us know if you ever continue to feel a bit nervous or as if like, oh, should I continue creating? Because we're going to tell you you should, because at least you're, start thinking about it like you're creating content for your friends. Like usually I'm like, you know what, I know my friends are all going to watch it, and if other people do, then that's just a boon. It's easier for me to say that though, as someone who's like, also this, it took me 2 years to get to this point, by the way. After my first year on BookTube, I only had 150 subscribers, and only, that actually sounds a bit less grateful than I was. I was so grateful for 150 subscribers. But yeah, so it took me like 1 year of keeping to that level. Just for some perspective, I hope that helps. Some of us grow more than others, but anywho, that's my TED Talk. Yep, stay tuned, everyone. Yes, yes, yes. We're very excited for what Claire has planned. Hello, Jojo. I'll be hopefully finishing The Queen of Blood today. Also packing for a wedding in Auckland. Oh my gosh, this weekend. How far are you from Auckland? Is that like pretty far, or I guess it's relative depending on, where you live. Being in the US, it was very different when I had to remind myself when I was living in Belgium, like distance is relative as far as like what feels far away. But very exciting. I hope you have fun at the wedding. And also, you ended up leading me to add Queen of Blood onto my Goodreads want to read list because I was like, I need to figure this out. I'd love to know what you think of HMRC. This is the Royal Coven, right? When you get to it. But also, I had the most amazing walk today. It's very sunny here, and I had the best time. Oh my gosh, it was so gorgeous here today. It was about 65 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday, and that ended up being like 19 degrees Celsius. So it was really nice. I'm really enjoying Her Majesty's Royal Coven. Lots of Spice Girls references, which I'm loving. It's fun. So, oh my gosh, where was this book? Last month when we were doing Battle of the Girl Bands. Also, I need opinions for my birthday. I'm thinking, which is Thursday, if I remember correctly. I am thinking of getting 3 books. I have decided on one, which will be Lovelight Farms, but I don't know about the other 2. Ooh, are you thinking like certain genres? Like what are you kind of vibing with? What are you thinking about? Maybe you could check your Goodreads or Storygraph list of want to reads and be like, is there anything I want to treat myself with? Yes, great idea. I'll message you when I start, or if you start before then, message me. Okay, sounds good. Nell put us all the day. I know she read it. Like that was like the first book she read in February, and I was like, I think that intimidated me a little bit. Should I get a book that is next in a series, get some books for my secret project, or just get whatever I want? Ooh. You could just get whatever you want if you're feeling something else. And you can always create content, right? It could be like a birthday vlog where you're like, hey, these are the books I bought for myself on my birthday. Now I'm going to read them and let you know how I feel. So this is up to you. I know you said you need help, but if I were you, I would lean on to like what you want truly, right? Because you're spending money. It's your birthday. You want to make sure that you're getting something that you really love. So I would just like follow my heart and like get the books I really want rather than thinking about content. Good morning, Coda and friends. Working and sprint hopping this morning. Y'all are stacked today. Oh my gosh, I know. And I did say, I think I put my description 2 other people who are sprinting that I know of. Tangible Reads, Courtney, as well as Nicole, Noteworthy Fiction. And I think I saw SD Huston also start sprinting. So I was like, oh my gosh, Tuesdays are so busy all of a sudden. It's crazy. But thanks for sprint hopping and supporting all of us. I really do appreciate it. You're the third to start. I know. So I get the TV. I actually kind of like that. I'm glad I got the TV. That is too funny. So yeah, if you all want to sprint hop, I did tag their channels below, so you can kind of go support them too, because they're both like super kind people, of course, because it's BookTube. I honestly don't know the difference between fantasy romance and romantasy, but yes, it's one of those. I know, like apparently romance fantasy is more romance and fantasy romance is more fantasy. but it's like, why? Death and Fromage is on my list. Yes, I haven't started it yet, but I'm sure I'm going to enjoy it. So Jojo, I will keep you updated. I will 100% let you know. Afternoon. Hello, Jen. I'll be listening to Dune while getting some paperwork done. Going to start my daughter on her book club book, Secrets and Scones. Ooh. So is that like a cozy romance? Oh my gosh. A cozy fantasy? No, a cozy mystery. There's just too many cozies nowadays, isn't there? Like cozy used to just be a mystery, and now I feel like there's cozy everything. It sounds like it's a cozy mystery. I do one video a week. Would love to do more, but I just don't have the time right now. Exactly. I think that's the thing is for me, I'm really fortunate that I finally do have more time to do that. But any other time, like I couldn't. So that's understandable. The editing really slows me down 100%. I think that's the thing. It's the recording doesn't take that long, but the editing, you actually have to sit down, and then there's the uploading, right? There's the exporting, and then there's the uploading, and then there's the processing. It's a lot longer than you just sitting down and having a video. I only want the 2 videos because I want more than my TBR wrap up. And for 8 months, I will have also a vlog coming up for a project. That's right, Beatrice is doing her own secret project. Ooh. So I wanted to have something more, but I think it's best for me to keep for 1 week. Yeah, keep for 1 week for now. And again, you can always like keep stuff in your back pocket. And then as soon as you start kind of like collecting videos, you can be like, okay, I can start posting twice a week, or maybe just do like every other week, do 2 videos, like ease into it. See what you feel like doing. Yes, as someone who just started making booktube, it's a little overwhelming trying to plan content and get subscribers. Yeah, you almost like it's the fact that you're like, I'm anticipating, like, how do I like brand myself? It's very, very weird and really overwhelming, especially when you're like, I don't know how to get subscribers. I still don't know how to get subscribers, if we're going to be completely honest. It's a very weird situation. I would actually love to talk about it with you guys more. So I'm going to start this comment from Michaela so that we can keep talking about it when we come back. But I'm going to send everyone on an hour-long sprint just so that we can like get some stuff done. And yeah, if you guys want to, you guys can like 100% like post questions in the chat to like ask me like my thoughts and experiences. Like I need to all let you know I am not an expert. Like this is all very new to me as well, especially after TBR-a-thon ended up, I think, helping my channel grow a lot more than I anticipated it to. But I would love to like collab and talk. And also Laura has a like Booktubers United Discord, which you all might be really interested in. I know a handful of you are already a part of it, but I think that could be a really good support group for all of us. But anyways, I love how even though I'm by myself, we still talk for half an hour. What am I doing, everyone? Even, oh gosh, I was like, oh, we aren't going to talk very long, and here we are. So let me first and foremost remove the overlay so that I can get this set up. There we go. And I'll be seeing everyone in about an hour. So happy reading, happy productivity. Let's try to make this hour worth it. See everybody soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope that you had a productive sprint. Let me just get a few things settled here on my screen because it's that type of day. I'm going to prep us for a bit of a longer chat just in case. If we get to the end before, then that's totally fine. But I just want to make sure I know where we're at. This is your reminder to do a bit of a self-care check-in. So where's your water? Do you need something else? Coffee, tea, maybe a bit of orange juice if you're feeling under the weather. Do you need a snack? How was your lunch? Are you still hungry? Make sure you're nourishing your body. And also, if you just want to be productive and you're not really into the talking bits, maybe go stretch, have a stroll. We'll be here when you get back. Do what you need to do in this time of a break, however you need it. I ended up being productive, but I didn't complete my task, and that was recording my wrap up for February. I read so many books. Just so you all know, I ended up reading 14 books in February, which is kind of crazy because February was only 29 days this year. Oh my gosh, that extra day apparently really helped. So I have a lot of talking to do, and I'm trying to be succinct about it. So I'm about halfway with that. And I also ended up kind of like relaxing and doing a few things, updating my bullet journal and all that. But yeah, so I didn't end up starting Death and Fromage. That might be something I get to start next sprint after I'm done recording. We're going to see how it goes. I do know that a few people joined us just as we were starting our sprint, and now I'm just scrolling around trying to find. Oh yes, so the comment we ended up leaving off on was actually from Michaela, talking about starting booktube, feeling overwhelmed with planning content. And I think that's why a lot of us lean on consistency, as far as like, okay, I've got a TBR video, I've got a wrap up video. Is there something else, a part of the series that I tend to do more often than not? And that's kind of what I've leaned on, to be honest. Like this year, that's why I reintroduced TBR videos. I'm also doing my Meet the Booktuber series every single month that I'm really excited about. So there's something to say about having a nice kind of staple of being like, okay, well, these are the videos I always do, and then leaving a bit of wriggle room if you end up wanting to like let inspiration strike you. But it can be tough. And book tags, right? Book tags are a great way to give us some content when we're like, I don't feel creative today. It's not easy to do it, but also I am doing this for fun and to keep my mind busy because of the situation that I'm exactly. A lot of us are doing it for distraction, for entertainment, for ourselves. And so if it starts feeling like a job, let's be honest, most people, especially in the booktube community, I would say like 99% of us aren't making enough money on this, if any, to actually like have it as a job. So it has to come first, your own enjoyment, your own fun. Like it is a hobby, it's a passion. But who knows, maybe I will someday be able to do this full time. Exactly. And like that's also like not meant for me to say, oh, we'll never be able to do this. Some of us may be able to get to that point. But I certainly like I have a couple jobs, if I'm going to be completely honest. So this is very much a fun hobby for me, and I wish I could do it more often because it's the most fun thing, but it's like this isn't going to pay my rent. And then Anna says, I really try to remind myself that I am making videos for myself and my friends. Exactly. It's a good reminder for me and a motivator to continue. Exactly. Being like, hey, am I having fun with this? Am I enjoying this? There have been times where I've kind of thought about a video idea and I've done it. And then I've been like, you know what? I didn't have fun doing that. That was actually more work. Like it felt like work to me. So I'm not going to do it again. And then you've got to find the type of videos that work best for you, because you can also tell if someone's not having fun in a video, you're like, oh, they didn't enjoy doing this. And then it's like, well, I'm not having fun either. It's hard to try to find a balance of what I want to make and what people will watch. Yes, yes. And that's why I think that asking people, being like, hey, like what would you be interested in seeing? Like, are you like, I'm actually thinking about doing that in my next video. I just recorded it, asking people for suggestions on how to celebrate 1,500 subscribers, because I was like, I need to do that, but I also want to make sure that you all have fun with whatever I end up doing to celebrate. So it's, oh my goodness, so many opinions, so many views to try to like accommodate. And you're never gonna like find anyone who enjoys everything. Like I'll see someone dislike a video and I'd be like, okay, sounds good. This wasn't for you. That's fine. So yeah, but we're gonna be in our heads all the time. Hello, Christina. Hope everyone is well. Sending some love to the like button. Thanks so much. The like button really appreciates that. Yes, it's Thursday. Yes, so Beatrice's birthday is on Thursday. So everyone anticipate on Thursday. Be sure to go flood her with some love. I have just started and trying to figure out how often to post. And working in a full time job is difficult to try and film, but I'm still learning. And I hit 150 subscribers. I can't believe it. Yay, Claire, amazing. Like I said, that took me a year. It took me a year to get to 150 subscribers. So that is just, I'm so impressed personally, because that took a really long time for me. So congratulations, totally well deserved. I can't wait to see you hit your next milestone, which will be 200, maybe more. What are your top 3 favorite books so we can get a feel for whatever? Oh, yes, Coda. This is great. I love that suggestion. And then Beatrice ended up answering my top 3 books are Fourth Wing by Rebecca Yarros, Chain of Gold by Cassandra Clare, and Almond by a Korean author that I don't remember the name. Ooh, okay. So you're up for, translations from other languages, other cultures. Interesting. I'm wondering, I don't know how you'd feel about The Vegetarian. That was by a Korean author. I know there's been some controversy over how much creative license the translator took on doing that one, but I remember I found that very interesting. It's kind of dark though. It's a bit weird. I also want to read An Enchantment of Raves, a YA before the term romantasy was popular. Yeah, that's the other thing is like there were so many books published that I guess are now categorized as romantasy before the author or anyone really knew that that was going to become a popular subgenre. Yeah, I would buy What You Want to Treat Yourself. Exactly, because it's your birthday and we would be super happy and excited for you. You could do like a bit of a birthday book haul, being like, hey, here are the 3 books that I bought. And just like take time to let us know what you got. Like a lot of people do that, and that's great content. I'm on Courtney and Nicole's channels too. Yes, exactly. I was like, we need to just juggle all of the different people's channels. So if people don't know, maybe you just joined. We've got 2 other lovely booktubers who are also sprinting right now, and they totally deserve us to sprint hop for them. So if you want to go into my description, you'll see that Tangible Reads, Courtney, and then Noteworthy Fiction, Nicole, are linked below. So if they're still sprinting, you can go say hi to them. We got to spread the love. But I'm thinking of getting some more romances. Ooh, I know that a lot of people have really loved, was it The Spanish Love Deception? I don't know if that's been on your radar, or maybe you've already read it, but like Brooklyn Reads adored that book. A lot of people have really liked it, and I've been meaning to try it. I'm always someone who doesn't really gravitate towards romance, but I have fun with it when I read it. I'm in the South Island, so just a quick plane trip. I was wondering, I'm like, is this going to be a plane trip to Auckland? 1.5 hours to the North Island. Jojo is getting prepped for like a wedding this weekend to go like participate in it, like be I guess a viewer. Jojo is not the one getting wed, I'm assuming. So yeah, that sounds good. So fun. The idea of like getting on a plane for a wedding. That's a lot. Fourth Wing is amazing. Beatrice would recommend. Yeah, exactly. So Beatrice adored that book too. I guess have you read Iron Flame though? Like, I'm wondering because I would imagine maybe you have already. Did you know that RuPaul opened? Oh my! I got a notification of that actually. I follow a couple on my emails. I get a couple emails about like, hey, literary activism and a few other things happening in the news. And I did see this. He's the co-owner. The co-owners also have a library on wheels. I love that. Bookmobiles and like library mobiles are the best. That's really cool. I absolutely adore it. I hope that it's extremely successful and they get flooded with sales like immediately. And then RuPaul announced it yesterday. Yeah, I was gonna say, because I literally just got the email today in the news, like in my little news feed. And I was like, ooh, this is exciting. So very cool. The new booktuber shout out page is up on the spreadsheet. Check it out. Also, again, those of you who like sprinting, but maybe you don't really know how to find sprinters and you're always like looking for it, Christina, along with Vanessa from Read with Dr. B, and we have Katie from I Would Rather Be Reading. All 3 of them work super hard on providing a spreadsheet that lets us know when anyone is sprinting. And of course, now there's a new booktuber shout out page. So definitely go check that out. You can go to Vanessa's page, to her channel, Read with Dr. B, for that spreadsheet. And then you can just pin it. And then you know exactly like where to find it every single time. It's really lovely. Yes, I have a video recorded for this week, but I don't want to go to the editor because last week I got tired of it, genuinely. Like editing, it can be fun, but when you're on like a time crunch, I think that's when it feels like a job, you know? Not new booktubers, but it is okay, yes, sorry. So not a new booktuber page, but it's a new page about booktubers for different booktuber shout outs. Okay, I processed. We also have Carissa here. Hello, another sprinter. So if people want sprinting, you should go follow Carissa. A lot of people here in the comments sprint too, though. So maybe just subscribe to everyone, to each other, make friends beyond just hanging out with me. I hope you're doing well today, Carissa. I am anxiously waiting to see what book. I know I said I was going to record that this weekend, and then I didn't. Maybe I should record it quick right now while I'm recording, and then I can say, because this is for Beatrice's secret project. I'm really excited and kind of nervous. I keep juggling and changing my mind about which book I'm gonna, provide you, but we'll see what I choose. I would love to collab with you, not only on sprints. Yeah, honestly, like I think that's what makes it fun is when you're collaborating with people and then you can kind of set time dates for each other and then you're anticipating things. So Beatrice, I would love that. We should figure something else to do together. Ended up filming my first video the other day. Now I just have to edit. Greta, amazing. I'm so happy for you. I cannot wait to see it. And just take your time with editing, see what feels good. Even just do low editing for the time being to see like what you know and what you like. And it's a learning curve though, of course. There is one newbie though. Ooh, one newbie. Nice. The exporting and uploading is the biggest pain in the neck so far. I have ideas for videos, but I'm trying not to rush myself with it. Oh, for sure. Especially like longer projects. I remember it took me so many times to figure out how to appropriately upload my like my physical TBR when I showed every single book I owned that I hadn't read yet. Oh my gosh, there was a time when I was like, I don't know if this video is going to upload because the processing kept messing up because it was such a large file. And I was like, if I wasted so much time with this recording and this editing, because there's so much editing each little clip, I was about to lose my mind. So it's just a lot. I feel your pain, Michaela. Perfect timing, just joined, reading a book by a Turkish mountaineer who climbed Everest. Very interesting, Delara. I love that. So is it nonfiction? I'm assuming it's nonfiction, unless it's like fiction inspired by a true story. I like the chatty bits. Christina, I really appreciate that, especially because we already have almost talked for 15 minutes and I haven't even gotten to the new comments. Here we are. It's fine. I also like the chatty bits. They're really fun. MJ over at Reading This Life does a support small booktube series where she highlights 3 new booktubers every week. She also has a Discord community. Networking is key, y'all. Genuinely, that's the biggest thing. I think like the more friends you make, obviously, I think it would be maybe superfluous to say that all 1,500 people who subscribe to me are my friends, but it has helped so much to like know that you are making friends, making strides in the community, shouting out to people, and it is really lovely. Because yeah, my first year on BookTube, I didn't have any friends. I'm not gonna lie. So this past year, 2023, has been like the best for me, and I really do appreciate you all so much. If I can get 100 subs with no content, y'all should be able to get thousands actually producing stuff. Genuinely, Coda, like we've been pushing everyone to support and to actually subscribe to Coda's channel, even though Coda doesn't have any content, because not only is it hilarious, but also, I mean, one day people will be waiting, Coda. You're gonna have to make content, like obviously, but take your time. No rush. People are subscribing to you anyway, obviously. Anna says, I've been looking for groups to help network and make friends. This has been a great discussion, to be honest. Lovely. Yes. Oh my gosh, Anna, you honestly just hang out with us long enough. You'll be making so many friends. There are so many great people in the comments already. And like, that's not to mention all the people who maybe are at work, couldn't be here. Hang out with us long enough and you'll definitely like network. So yeah. Hello, Bree. Speaking of some great people, we also have Bree in the comments for Pause in a Book. How are you today? I'm sure you're at work. I hope that you are able to at least maybe listen to an audiobook as you're working. Thanks for stopping by. Hello, Missy. I'm at work making blind dates with a book for our YA section here at the library and getting things ready for my first toddler time. That's happening Monday. Oh my gosh. Well, good luck with prepping for that. That is so fun. I also also happen to work at a library, and I love the idea that you have blind date with a book. Is it all year round then? We tend to do it during Christmas, during like winter season for winter holidays, and then we do it for February for Valentine's Day. But yeah, that's really fun that you might be doing it all year. And like for the YA section, they probably absolutely adore that. That's so cool. Good afternoon. Hello, Matt. I'm trying to finish the last 60 pages of Craven Manor by Darcy Coates. Oh my gosh, you know who also adores Darcy Coates? Brie. Poor Paws in a Book. I think Brie maybe read about like was it a dozen or something? Maybe I'm being dramatic, of Darcy Coates books last year. So yeah, Matt, you have a fellow fan that you might want to go check out if you don't already know who Brie is. I'm sure most people do. But cool. I've been meaning to dip my toes into Darcy Coates, but I haven't done it yet. Hello, everyone. Hello, Ella. I will be starting Icebreaker now because my library hold came in today. I'm very intimidated. Ella, oh my goodness, this is bringing back Icebreaker Gate. Those of you who did not know about this, we had 4 of our BookTube friends who are the BookTube besties. All 4 of them read it, and they divided immediately. 2 people absolutely adored it. 2 people hated it. And now a lot of us have been trying to read it to see who we align with. Are we with Brittany and Neva, or are we with Kelsey and Rainey? And my hold, it's about 5 weeks out, it says. But Ella, I'm going to be following your footsteps. I hope you enjoy it, or enjoy hating it, I guess, depending on where you fall. Hello, Helen. I'm reading the 4th book in the American Royal series. Nice. We love seeing people continue series because that's something that I struggle with all the time. I hope you're having fun with it, that it's like 100% not forcing yourself to maybe finish the series. Is it done? Is the 4th book the final one? Is it a quadruplet, or are there more books to come? I just read the 2nd book a few months ago. I'm hoping to pick up the rest of the series soon. Very cool. Also, Rachel's here. Hello, Rachel. Hoping you're having a wonderful day. I am. I know that we talked over Instagram recently, and I think you might have responded to me, and I haven't checked in on that. So I will make sure to do that. So thanks for reaching out. I just finished my buddy read pages for the day. Amazing stuff. I will probably only have time for this next chat session before getting ready for work. Sounds good. No worries. And also, like, if you need to leave early, maybe like mentally prepare yourself for work. Don't worry about it. I hope you have a good day at work. Good luck. Hello, everyone. Hello. Oh, my goodness. So the Librarian of Alexandria recently has commented on a few of my videos. So a bit of a kind of new connection. And let me know what your name is if you'd rather me not call you by your screen name. But it's been really lovely to see you and see your thoughts reacting to some of my content. I'm really behind on responding to comments, but I have been seeing them come in. And so thank you so much. And also for like coming around and hanging out on sprints. I really appreciate it. You say that you're reading Shadow Cabinet of Penny Royal Academy by M.A. Larson. I remember you saying that was on your list for March, so I hope it's working out for you. Hello, ML, another great friend here. I'm actually in my campus office, in office hours, I was going to say, right now, but no one has visited, so I thought I would pop in and say hi. Thanks so much. I know whenever I host office hours with my students, I'm not teaching this semester, but I'm like, more often than not, it's just me hanging out by myself. Like they're not coming by. That hour went so quick. It really did. I kept like checking the clock and being like, oh my gosh, the time is going by so quick. It's kind of funny because for the longest time, we all used to do 45-minute sprints. And then we were like, 60 minutes is a long time. And now that almost feels quite like it's the norm. So it doesn't feel very long at all. It's very strange. I did tell my mom with some stuff. Oh, you helped your mom with some stuff. And also I got to the last part of book 1. Beatrice is reading Ice Planet Barbarians. Oh my gosh. And she has a baby in the oven. I don't know if so that's Beatrice, because Beatrice is from Portugal. I don't want you to think that I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but that is kind of a colloquial saying, just meaning that she's pregnant. But I'm sure you might have already known that. So please let me know if I don't need to like educate you on English sayings, because that's definitely a weird one when you start thinking about it. I've just started A River Enchanted, 50 pages in, and really intrigued by it so far. Patricia, this is a great time for you to read it because everyone, well, not everyone, but quite a bit of people read it last month, obviously for Battle of the Girl Bands, for the read along. So you have so many people that you get to reach out to afterwards about your thoughts. I read 32 pages of Craven Manor. Ooh, so you're like halfway to you said you had 60 pages, meaning you've got less than 30 to go now. Oh my gosh, so exciting. I took a shower and read a couple chapters of My Darling Girl. Awesome, Jen. 14 books is so good. Thanks, Anna. I appreciate it. It was a lot. I will say a lot of them were short. I'm someone who reads a lot of short books. So like make sure that people aren't comparing themselves to me. I'm not someone who's a chunky book reader, although I have been meaning to pick up Dune. I tried it last month and then I put it down and I want to actually finish it in March. And that's really chunky for me. So we'll see how many books I actually read in March. But yeah, thanks. I had a few snacks and also worked on my research, so it was productive. Awesome. I hope you're enjoying your research too, because sometimes that's the worst part is when you're researching and you're like, I do not care about this topic that I'm working on, but I need to get through it. And also, I hope you enjoyed your snacks. I got 100 pages into Genuine Fraud. Ooh, Sylvan, very interesting. I'm really confused and I don't get it. Oh no. That's not what we like to hear. Are you meant to be confused? Sometimes there's those books where you're not meant to really know what's happening until it all clicks. Or are you kind of like, this isn't how it's meant to be? Because if that's the case, maybe you should put it down. You could always, sometimes I will do this. I don't know. You guys can like berate me in the comments if you think that that's like a weird thing to do. But if I'm kind of confused, I will go to like a summary and then just read up to the point where I'm at to be like, okay, am I tracking what's happening here? It is a risk though. You're running a risk of getting spoiled for things, but sometimes that helps me when I'm like, what actually happened in the first half of this book? Because I don't know what's going on. I read 35 pages. Awesome, Taylor. Finished the main body of my essay. Awesome, Greta. And bibliography. Oh my gosh, that is sometimes the bibliography. I think for me, that's the worst. I hate doing that. Now I just need to write up my appendices, but that will be a job for tomorrow as I have rehearsals tonight. Yes. I love that you get to like move from one thing to like working a completely different element of your brain. It'll be like a great refresher. It'll be really fun. Good luck with rehearsals. Yeah, that's gonna be great. Came in late, but I got 5% into the Ivory Key. Ooh, that's interesting. What are you reading? Is it, for some reason, I'm imagining it might be like a thriller. I read 30 pages. Awesome. Very nice. Read another 33 pages. Great. It seems like 30 something is maybe the average of what people were reading. Claire got to page 200. Really enjoying something Royal Coven. I can't remember what it's actually called. I have it starred though. Let me double check. So if people who don't know what this acronym is, Her Majesty Royal Coven. That's what it was. Her Majesty Royal Coven. Yeah, I'm glad that you're really enjoying it. I'm still gonna have to look into this book. Hello, Kirsty. How are you? Yeah, we're going to be going up until Brittany's sprints, actually, starting at 6 p.m. my time. So in 4 hours. It's kind of crazy that we already only have 4 hours to go. Like, time flies. Started an arc called Your Blood, My Bones, and I'm absolutely hooked. What's the genre? Your Blood, My Bones? There are quite a few genres that come to mind. So I love when an arc is hitting in just the right places. Such good tips. Aw, thanks, Michaela. I honestly don't know what tips I provided or tips from other people, but I'm glad that they helped. The important thing, yes, please. Bree is honestly in my mind the expert of all things. So let's all tuck in and see what she has to say. The important thing for new booktubers to remember is to not compare to the people you watch. Yes, some of us have been here for a long time, so you'll learn along the way. Actually, that's such a good point. Bree, for instance, recently hit her 6th year on BookTube anniversary. So just to put perspective in it, like when you're watching Bree's content, for instance, I'm like, I have to remind myself she has had years with this, and that's why it's so good. So yeah, no, I really appreciate you reminding us of that. Hello, Alicia. How are you? Hope you're doing well. What are you reading today? Anything else a bit kind of spooky, scary, or are you trying a different genre today? I enjoy everything. I am the exception to the rule. Yes. Well, ML is like our cheerleader, and we love ML here so much. We appreciate you. My problem at the minute is I'm getting a good number of views, but literally no interaction. Ooh, like comments and such. And I'm just like, what more could I do? That's the tough thing. And I hate pressuring people. Like, I feel like it seems so silly, but you'll see me saying like, hey, if you don't want to subscribe, that's okay. I'll say like, if you want to comment or like, or if you just want want to watch and be like a YouTube ghost, that's all right. And I'm like, I don't know if that's the right approach, but I feel really uncomfortable being like, hey, subscribe to me or comment below when people don't really want to. So I just basically I'm saying I feel you. I completely understand. I suppose what you could always do is start off your video asking a question, being like, "Hey, I've been considering this. Can you answer this?" Or as we go throughout the video, if there's something that you see or a book that you think I would like based on what I'm talking about, let me know. That's kind of helped me a little bit because we all really love recommending things. Like my favorite thing is to be able to say, "Hey, you might like this book." So that might be a trick. I don't know. Let me know if I'm like talking at you all and we're like, we don't need to. We just want to kind of vent or rant about stuff. I have been on BookTube for 5 years. This year, I have had 500 subscribers, but lost many. But I do this because I like it, and so I only do videos I want to. Some get views and some don't. That's honestly the healthiest viewpoint, to be like, I'm doing it for myself. The view count is great, but in reality, like if I'm disliking it, like, should I be doing this? What people actually use the dislike button. Jojo, I know. And sometimes it does make me laugh sometimes, depending on what the video is. Like I remember there was one video back in November that I was just like, hey, like I'm challenging myself to maybe like walk every day while listening to an audiobook. And I think I called it like reading on the move. And I just was saying, like, you guys can do it if you want. No worries. I decided to make myself accountable. And like I have like a couple dislikes on it. And I was like, you don't have to do it yourself. Like I just thought it was very funny. But with that said, I remember I was complaining to Bree about it one time. And Bree had mentioned like, hey, disliking allows the YouTube algorithm to know not to recommend this type of content. So really it's like helping that person and helping you, because so it's a weird mindset. I think it's just because it's being called disliking is a bit of a weird thing, like disliking the thumbs down button. Maybe that's the language is what's weird about it. Some get many views after a few months. I honestly don't know why some videos work and others don't, but I do my thing and I like it. Yeah, that's really like I'm the same way. I appreciate that. And sometimes, yeah, there's a certain video content where you're like, it might not pop off right away, but because it's interesting, like maybe like a recommendations list, people might start searching for that and then they can find your video that way. I've kind of found that too. I always have to remind myself that I'm very new, so I have a lot to learn. Yeah, exactly, Anna. I mean, honestly, yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like I'm still really new to all of this. Yes, I love almond. It's my favorite lit fic. Ooh, okay, then you might like The Vegetarian, I guess. It's about a boy who does not have feelings. But yes, I'm okay with translation since I started reading in Portuguese, and most books are translated from English. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I might have to think about a few translated works to recommend you then. The Vegetarian was so interesting. I enjoyed the weirdness. Yeah, it was really interestingly weird. Like I almost have to reread it to really fully grasp it, I think. Margaret is also sprinting right now. Margaret, the word nerd. Okay, so we have a third person who is also sprinting, so we'll have to go check her out. I'll make sure to also update my description too. So it's the word nerd and the word nerd. The E that's in nerd is a 3. So if you're looking her up, go find her. This book deal, or Brie, if you want to like put in the link, you're more than happy can do that. This book deals with some heavy topics, and I'm tearing up over here. Cinder and Ella, what? Oh my! I would never have suspected. I guess because I don't know anything about it. That's how that works. But okay, I guess in like a good way. If I need like a tearjerker, I'll have to pick that up. I have seen The Spanish Love Deception in Portuguese bookstores. I was thinking of getting Blinding 13 or Mile High. Ooh, I don't know anything about Blinding 13, but I have seen people who've read Mile High. So that is like a hot topic book. I enjoyed The Spanish Love Deception, Bronwyn says, but the second book in the series, The American Roommate Experiment, is one of my favorite romances. That has been on my list too, The American Roommate Experiment. Ooh, that's good to know. That I love it when people are like, oh, that's a great book. I'm like, okay, thank goodness, because I've been meaning to read it. I am too unorganized and sporadic to plan my lives. 99% of them for me are, do I want to do this today? Honestly, yeah, I'm still struggling to just get ahead. I think like that's my goal at some point this year, is just to be like, wow, I'm ahead of just all of life, not just BookTube. Oh my goodness. Hello, Abby. How are you? Just home. I'm going to be reading All That You Are by Alicia Roper. Interesting. Is that like a romance? Also, Abby is a lovely person, a lovely Scottish booktuber. If people are interested, I'm just a little bit obsessed with her. It's fine. Oh, thank you, Christina, for sharing the link. I really appreciate it. So, those who need a spreadsheet, please go ahead. Like, you 100% will not regret it. Don't worry, Leandra, do it when you can. Thanks, Beatrice. I know, because I feel badly because I never want people to think that I'm flaky when like you want to collab or want me to do something. So I will make sure to send it to you soon. Home from errands for now. Dot dot dot. Ooh, so maybe you'll have to go out again. I'm sorry, more, especially if you don't want to go out. Sorry, my brain is foggy today. So when I read back that comment, no. Well, Christina, I'm glad that you did because I also in my mind was like, "Ooh, new booktubers," and you're like, "No, wait, syntax is weird." Yeah, I appreciated the second comment. I've really done. Oh, I've not really done collaborations. Maybe look into this year. Honestly, yeah, I've personally found them to be the most fun. Actually, I really enjoy collaborative projects, and they can be like collaborations as far as like read-alongs, live reading sprints, whatever. Like just kind of like hanging out with friends. But like right now, my favorite series to do genuinely has been my Meet the Booktuber series for like introducing a new booktuber, and like I get to interact with my friends or meet someone else. So yeah, like this coming week, I plan on kind of finally tucking into the books that Lauren from Happy Haunts Library recommended to me, and I'm just like, it's getting me all giddy because I know someone else recommended to me and they're a great person. So yeah, you might want to do that, Kirsty. I recommend it. Hello, cool gamer. How are you? My goal is to get a bunch of book friends. Anna, well, you've already made at least one, and I'm sure you've made some in the comments too already because you've been lovely. Thanks for taking a chance and commenting too, because while no one has to comment, I appreciate it when people feel comfortable enough doing that. Speak of the loveliest person Brittany loves reading. This is the person who we will be immediately redirecting to in about 4 hours. So for those of you who just might want to already subscribe, you can. She's doing some really excellent things on her channel as well already. She just started a Patreon, which she's embarrassed to talk about because, you know, like me, she doesn't like to talk about herself, but we could all go support her in that way. So yeah, Brittany's lovely. Thanks for hanging out with us. I know you have a really busy day on top of sprints later on. Reading Shadow of the Wind. Very exciting. So because the timer went off and we have been talking for 30 minutes, I will star Brittany's comment because not only because I love her, but because that's where we ended. And I'll get to the rest of the comments when we come back, if that's okay. If next time you guys are like, hey, just keep talking until we get to the end, I will do that. But I also don't want people who are like at work or other places to be like, oh my gosh, like I actually want to finish my book. Like for instance, Matt, who was here, only has 30 pages in his book. So we want to like support him and others finishing. Okay, so let me organize ourselves. I'm going to remove the little tag of the book that I'm actually not reading. And then we will be sure to see everybody in 60 minutes. Thanks for hanging out with me. I know it's a weird like Tuesday day, so I do appreciate it. See you guys in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is your self-care check-in number 2. How are we feeling? How are things going? Double check your supplies. Do you have food, water, a comfy blanket, which I always have on my lap that no one ever sees until I show you? I ended up being able to finish my recording, which is good. Like, I feel okay about it. I like it. And, I am that type of person who has before re-recorded their wrap-ups. I don't know why I torture myself in that way, but I'm like, you know what? It's good. We're happy with it. Things are going to go. We're going to move forward. And now I've been trying to update my bullet journal and do a bit of catch up, finish my February spreads so that I can do a flip through of that. I can give you a little bit of a sneak peek. This is 2 of the spreads that I have. You can see I'm not done with one of the reviews, so I am kind of trying to reflect, and that's been a bit fun. And then I did finally start Death and Fromage. I've got lunch in the oven. I know it's a late lunch. This is the life I lead, and I'm really happy to be back. Ian Moore is, again, the narrator of his own story, so his comedic timing is really enjoyable. It's very fun. I think if people who like the Marlowe Murder Club, they could definitely vibe with Death and Fromage. It's giving me that kind of vibe, but it's early days. I'm only about 10% into the audiobook so far. Haven't even looked at the ebook, even though I do have access to that too. I will say, let us know in the comments how you did, but it's going to be a little while until I get to them. I'm not going to lie, because there were some lovely conversations I want to make sure we cover before we move forward. So I had ended here greeting Brittany, the next host of this day of sprints. And then the biggest issue I have is that my closest friends and partner are mostly in Australia and I'm in the UK. Yeah, so it's hard in time zones. I know, Kirsty, I remember the last time you were hanging out with us, you were on the phone with Ren talking and doing all these things. And it can be really tough when your friends and family, just those that you care about most, aren't in your immediate vicinity. That's kind of how I feel these days with all of my friends on booktube. None of us live that close to each other, which is a bit unfortunate. Also, I want another opinion. Do I keep my sprints on Saturday or change to a weekday, no matter how many people are sprinting that day? Beatrice, I feel like we've kind of realized that, even me, right? I'm like, oh, Tuesday during the day, no one sprints. And then we already have 3 other people who sprint consistently on that day too. So I feel like, unfortunately, there's always going to be overlap. So choose what's best for your schedule, what feels right. I'm sure other people in the comments have already told you that. But if Saturdays work best for you, do it on Saturdays. I think I'm going to be doing something like every other Saturday. I might sprint too in the evenings for me. So probably when you go to bed, just because that works for me. And I do want to try to sprint twice a week, every other week. I don't think I could guarantee sprinting twice a week on top of recording and doing videos twice a week. That would be a lot for my personal schedule. Hello, Anna. Always want to make friends. Yes, Abby. Honestly, a great friend for you to have, Anna. So definitely hang out. 100%. She's amazing. Yeah, I'm not great at networking, stumbling into vibe, dad jokes, being awkward, talking about your magical farm. Those are my strengths. Also, Rachel is a published author. She writes her own books and it's lovely too. So for those who are interested in supporting an independent author, yeah, support her and go check her out. She's also great, as you can see. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I would, Beatrice, if I were you, I would just do whatever works for you, because we always end up overlapping. It's honestly it's just, I've kind of decided that that's the way things are going to be. Because I almost wasn't going to do my weekly days here on Tuesdays, even though this is the best day for me because it's my day off. But I was like, you know what? This is what we've got to do. I'm also planning on starting the audio of Blue Lily Blue today as I finish the Dream Thieves finally last night. Ooh, Blue Lily Blue. That's a very interesting. Is it literary fiction? What is that? I think it was 10. Oh, yeah, for Darcy Coates. I saw this comic come in. Haven't got to Craven Manor yet, though. So you haven't officially read all of her canon, but you're working on it. I will forever be known for Icebreaker Gate. Yes, I'm so sorry, Brittany. I'm partially to blame for that. I also just think it's so funny, so I will continually bring it up again. I love it. I love the kind of conspiracy element to it. I'm back to reading in part because an audiobook hold I had on Libby became available yesterday. Awesome. Nice veil. I hope it was one that you were like really anticipating and you really wanted. Yes, I thought I might mention my booktube name is Renee. Lovely. Okay, that's good to know. We've got Renee. I've also met Anna today. So I will be working on remembering those names, but always remind me if I end up getting it wrong, or you can tell that I've forgotten, just forgot somehow. No worries, Renee. I appreciate it because, also I tend to try to creep and look at someone's channel. And if I can't really see where their name is right off the bat, I'm like, okay, I need to ask. Yes, I knew that. It meant that she was pregnant. I just wanted to be sure. I was like, I know Beatrice has like an amazing handle on the English language, but sometimes those colloquial phrases are weird. I do love my research, but I've been working on it for 3.5 years. I'm ready for it to be done. Oh, I'm sure, Anna. That's I had to do a dissertation both in my bachelor's and my master's, and those were only a year long. And I was like, I'm about to go crazy. So I can only imagine. Running out to pick up the littlest for preschool. I'll be back. Sounds good. I hope you have a good travels. You sent this a long time ago. You're probably back. Hello, Jamie. How are you today? I was glad to see you come in. Yes, I think it's meant to be confusing. It's going backwards. It seems like it started on chapter 20 and going down. What? Yeah, this seems a bit kind of like definitely an experimental read, is what I'm hearing. That's interesting and like really weird. As long as it's like enough confusing that you're okay with. If there's a level of confusion where you're like, this is too much for me, then that's a bad thing. That was really good advice from Bree. I try not to compare myself to others, but also I can't avoid it. Yeah, I think what hopefully will make you feel better is that we all do it. As much as we tell us to not do it, we do. It's just like checking in on yourself and being like, okay, I recognize that I'm comparing myself and I shouldn't be, taking that time to do it and then moving forward. And yes, ML, we love you. Kirsty, I will come over to your channel and engage during the next sprint. Yes, we love it. That's so kind. That's so nice. Yeah, everyone go check each other out. The same. I have videos with views, but no comments. Yeah, Renee, yeah, it's really odd. And I think sometimes it's mainly because there's a different level of commitment to comment. Like there are some times where I'm like, hey, I know that we're out and about. Maybe you're watching it as you're doing chores. And it's like the best I can do is provide you the watch hours, but it would be nice to try to connect to you in other ways. It's tough. We'll check your booktube corner. Yes. I know I'm a booktube ghost. I watch tons of videos, but forget to comment. And like, honestly, again, with your own capacity, I would very much prefer you just watch and like enjoy. But sometimes it is tough to be like, are people liking it? Like, are they engaged as like, like, are they commenting in their head at least? Offering the suggestion of drop a specific emoji at the end of your video is a great way to add engagement. The algorithm doesn't know the difference between those and actual text. That is true. I've seen a lot of people do that. Bree, you do that where you say, hey, if you don't feel chatty, just drop this specific emoji in. And yeah, that's a great way to allow people to passively engage without having to like think critically about how they want to craft a response. Reframe, dislike equals not for me, thanks. Exactly. Like, can we please rebrand that? That'd be so funny if there was just like, not for me, thanks comment. Oh, I would love that if they just changed the wording of it. Your Blood, My Bones is a YA kind of horror, fantasy, paranormal blend with a hint of romance. A young woman returns home intending on burning it down, only to find a childhood friend chained in the basement. Turns out he's immortal, and every year is sacrificed to keep the evil at bay. To break his curse, he has to kill the last family member, her, who he also loves. Kirsty, this is a roller coaster of a read. I've only really read manga before that's been translated, but this year I've started reading actual novels and have been having a really good time with it. Before the Coffee Gets Cold. Yes, that's another great one. I haven't read it myself, but I know that a lot of people love it. Like Brooklyn Reads really enjoys that one. Haruki Murakami is one that I've really enjoyed, obviously. I've been meaning to return to Elena Ferrante. That one's translated from Italian. I read the first book in her Neapolitan series, but I haven't been motivated to go back. There's a handful of others. Like do I have any? Like I've got a couple mysteries on my shelves if I can reach them. These have been translated from Japanese, the Decagon House Murders, also the Hanjin Murders. I read The Laughing Policeman, which I believe was a translation from Swedish. I'm more of a mystery translations person, so I will say that that's my vibe. But I love translations. Nonfiction translations are great too. In Other Words, that one's by Jhumpa Lahiri. It was actually translated from Italian. There's also is it called The Lighthouses or Lighthouses? That one's translated from Spanish. Jasmina or what is it? Jasmina Ferrara or something like that. That one was really good when I read it. Margaret Sprints, yay! This was sent a while ago, but hopefully everyone saw it and was able to go hang out with her for a little bit. We appreciate it, both Brie and Christina. Binding 13 is amazing. A lot of triggers for domestic abuse and biling. So be wary if that triggers you, but it's so good. And get the issue. Oh, get the tissues. Oh, bullying. Yeah, you got me. I should have just checked to see if you commented again. Yes, that's always good to know about content warnings, because it's like it sounds like a book you need to be prepared to go into, and if you are prepared, it's a meaningful read. You are so cute. Yes, it's a romance for an indie author. I'm on a Bookstagram. That's amazing. I love that. What a creative way to find. I love it when you find a book through Bookstagram or something else random like that, and you're like, okay, this is for me. I love the idea of collaborations. They seem so fun. They really are. It's really nice. And you can make them as interactive or passive as you want. Like, for instance, my Meet the Booktuber, I just ask people to give me book recommendations. But there are other ones that you can make that are a bit more kind of coordinated, where both of our lives have to be intertwined to do it. Hello, James. I'm reading Journey to the Center of the Earth by Jules Verne. Oh my gosh, a classic. I have 118 pages left. I remember, I think it was Say Cloud who was reading, what is it, The Leagues Under the Sea? That one. That's also by Jules Verne. So, interesting how that author keeps popping up. Probably because he's a classic. Yes, hello, Brittany. Book friends are my life, as I live in an area with no in-person friends. These sprints and chats are my social life. Honestly, if we're gonna be like completely frank, same. I moved to the area that I live in a couple years ago, and while I have made some coworker friends and colleagues when I was studying for my master's, most of my closest like in-person friends live away. Either they were childhood friends or college friends, and all of us are across the different parts of the United States at this point. So, like, those who I interact with like on a daily basis, and I get my social interaction here, is through sprints. So that's why I think I'm especially appreciative of you all talking with me, because other than that, I would genuinely, on a day like this, on my day off, I would just be in my apartment by myself, which kind of sounds sad, but I promise I would also enjoy my alone time. I'm not lonely, but you kind of want to be able to hang out and talk with people. I love the chatty bits, especially when they are on the longer side. Yeah, I know, because we end up covering so much. We talk about so many different things. I do like chatting, but I still, exactly, we need a balance. We need to balance this and like earn the chatty bits. Hello, Smokus. How are you? I feel like it's been a little while since I've seen you. 2 hours late, but I made it, reading Butcher and Blackbird. What are you thinking of it? I know that you know that it's a really popular read at the moment, but I hope you're enjoying it. I had to pause because work, but I just hit play and read Beatrice's top 3 books, and I haven't read any of them. Beatrice, what are your top 3 books that I've read? Oh my gosh, now you're asking too much, Coda. So funny. And I agree. I could say I really liked Piranesi. I really loved that book. It's really short and it's fantasy. It's one of those books, though, kind of like what Sovin's dealing with at the moment, where you're meant to be confused for a while, which is a bit hit or miss for people. Hello, Cherie. At work and listening to One Summer in Savannah. Very nice. A nice Georgia setting read. I don't like when it's very slow paced, like Circe, or if the book is not very appealing. Yeah, Piranesi, it is kind of slow as you're figuring things out, but I think that the intrigue comes with trying to figure out what the world is, because it is very odd. But hello, Elliot, how are you? It sounds like you are done with work, which is great. Welcome. Glad you're able to hang out with us. Finished the audiobook Cancel Sean Boston by Savvy Lester and RK Gold. Ooh, interesting. A dual writing team, and am now starting the audiobook for Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre, that is on my list too. I own a copy of it, and I always stare at it being like, one day I'm going to read it. Narrated by Thondaway Newton. Ooh, would you recommend that narrator? Is it a really good voice narrator? People were saying hello to Elliot. Finished IPB #1. So cute. And I know that Beatrice ended up giving it 5 stars on Vibes. That's the thing I can recommend, is if you're reading IPB, try to just rate it on Vibes. I think that's the only successful way to do it. Hello, Jean. I'm homesick. Oh no, watching bad daytime television. If that's what you need, then you go ahead and watch that bad daytime television. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. I think quite a few of us in the comments are either not feeling well, or we have like loved ones that we live with who aren't feeling well either. Oh my goodness. I think that's what happens, especially with like the changing of the seasons. Weather's been really weird lately too, by the way. I'm heading out to work, friends. Oh, that's right, Steph. Yes, I'm sure you're gone. Oh, this was like a half an hour ago. Thanks for the sprints. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us, Steph. I know you're gone, but I do appreciate you anyway. I love Piranesi. It is strange and mysterious and fantastical. I agree. I've been meaning to try more by that author, Savannah Clark. Susanna Clark, not Savannah. I think I got Savannah from Cherie's book title. But I'm also nervous because I hear that it's very different from the other stuff she's written. Is my next book this month. Elliot, I'm very intrigued to know your thoughts. I really loved it. I thought it was really fascinating and a really quick read. Just made myself some dinner, so we'll be back in the next chatty bit. Sounds good, Kirsty. Enjoy your dinner. James had dinner, read 4 pages, and was adopted by Nicole in her stream. All in all, quite eventful. Oh my gosh. Yes, very eventful indeed. I don't even know what that has to do with. I don't know. You're gonna have to give more context. The look of concentration on your face, Leandra. I was probably like, I think it's because I wanted to like write a little bit more in my bullet journal before the timer went off. And I was like, okay, it's go time. That was a YouTube sprint and doing some amazing readathon prep. Yes, since I'm hyper fixated on that. Yeah, so those of you who don't know, Bree has created probably the best readathon that ever existed, the Amazing Readathon. It's well named, and it's also based on the Amazing Race. It was hosted in August last year, but we are doing it in June now. And by we, I mean Bree. I don't really know why I'm acting as though I'm a part of it in the way that Bree is. But yeah, so lots of planning. Like, as you can see, it is March. Bree's been planning it for so long. So it's something you aren't going to want to miss. I think it's time for a second cup of coffee. Jen, same. I brewed myself a cup of coffee and then I forgot about it, so it's probably cold, but I'll drink it anyway. I read about 6 to 7% of my book and had food. Yes, trying to finish my book. Well, now that you've nourished your body, you're probably like a bit more ready to continue reading. I read about 80 pages and checked out some people's channels. We love it, Renee. Awesome. I hope you were able to make a few friends to subscribe to people. I'm subscribed to you, by the way. Also, I double checked. Took a shower, which means I washed my hair. Awesome. I am just finishing my skincare, hair care to go at dinner. Awesome. Yeah. Sometimes my shower days include hair washing days, full body washes, but I like definitely, it's hit or miss. When I'm taking a shower, that doesn't mean I'm going to wash my hair. If you know, you know. The most beautiful journal. Thanks. Yeah, I'm actually really proud of it. I felt a bit strange and like bashful when I was doing my flip through for January, because I was like, am I allowed to be like as proud of myself as I am? And it came out really well in February too. Hello, Lara. Who had that? Throwing in a little bit of Dutch for you there. Hope you're doing amazing. I need to read 27 pages of Bride and 54 of The Final Empire. Okay. We're going to do this. You can do it. I believe in you. If you want, maybe start with Bride, so then you can like have a win under your belt. And then if you stay long enough into Brittany's sprints, we can get that other book for you. I had to take a break from research, did laundry, yes, get up, did a little workout, reading Queen Charlotte. Yeah, I think that's probably the smartest idea. And obviously you've been doing this for 3.5 years. So you know to be like, hey, maybe I should take a break when I need to. And that was a good break. Got to 48% of Finley Donovan rolls the dice. Oh, I don't remember. Is this like, are they on book 3 now? 3 or 4? Should hopefully be able to get my review up tonight. Awesome. And also for those who are wondering, Laura's in the UK, because I know that there is, I'm not 100% sure if Finley Donovan is an SMP title, but like Laura's not based in the US, so their review is it's a bit separate, just so everyone knows if anyone was wondering. Another 30 pages done. I had to take a brief break from reading. Yeah, honestly, we love to read, but sometimes we need a break from reading. Update on Icebreaker. I am 10% in and liking it so far. Ella, okay, it's early days, but just so you know, I'm heavily invested as someone who has not read Icebreaker, but I love the drama surrounding it. I just joined one book club and have started another. Amazing. I love it. I know I honestly, this is the year of read-alongs, buddy reads, book clubs. I'm probably a part of too many of them, but I enjoy it anyway. Hello, Paul. Paul's joined us. How are you today? Hope you're having a good one. Thanks for joining us. If sprints get too big, they get annoying because the chat no longer can include everyone. More people sprinting helps with that. Yeah, that's true. We can kind of break up, be able to enjoy and feel a bit more focused. I agree, Jamie. I feel like that a lot. I don't have very many close friends, and I'm a little bit of a hermit. Also, Chris, I know that you recently moved, which was your own stress. And I can't remember if you moved locally or not, but basically, I feel the stress of it. For the past few weeks, I've realized that work has been the thing where I'm able to talk to people. Yes. And that's why so my main job is remote. So I'm very isolated and work from home, but that's why I also work at the library. So I get a few shifts in and I can like talk to people and also talk to people about books. So it's a win-win. Hello, Candy. About 52% through an education in Mouse. It's okay. I know. I remember you were kind of like, you weren't the only one. Laura was also reading it and was kind of meh about it. It's okay so far, but I prefer A Dowry of Blood a lot. I remember I really enjoyed Dowry of Blood. I thought it was really thoughtful and fascinating. And yeah, I think maybe that set people up for certain expectations with an education in Malice, which is slightly different. I feel that on not being good with networking. Yeah, like it feels weird because it's the whole idea of like selling yourself. And it just sounds weird coming out of your mouth, right? I have also realized that I'm not much of a hermit as I thought. I do need some of those relationships to help keep me sane. Oh, totally. Like there are times when I'm like, I just want to be alone. Like I want to be able to do my own thing and hang out. But then there are moments where you need the balance. You need to be able to like connect with people. I got to 46% in, Nevernight. I saw your second comment during that sprint. Awesome, Jamie. That's great. Sorry you're feeling homesick. I know. I am sorry about that too. If you want a UK-based friend to talk to, I am always there. Yes. I love that, Laura. I'm not surprised that you would offer that because you're such a kind person. I also got some lunch during that sprint. Awesome. Yes, we definitely need to. I need to like eat my lunch too, by the way. I'm feeling a bit fatigued, I suppose you could say. A little bit of confusion is fine and expected. Being confused every single page, the author did something. Yes, you're like, is it me? Is it the author? And the longer you're confused, the more you're like, it's the author. The emoji at the end of the video is such a good idea for engagement. I might have to start doing that. Yeah, Michaela, genuinely, a lot of people do it. I've never thought to do it. I always like remember and then I don't, but it's honestly a really good idea. I'm honestly surprised people are watching and commenting on my videos. James, don't be surprised. You're a great person. You're interactive. You read so much. But I understand the feeling of kind of when you start to reflect on yourself and you're like, like it feels weird to expect people to, I don't know, engage with your content and appreciate your creativity. I think that we're almost taught not to appreciate ourselves, which is really unfortunate because I feel like we need to encourage ourselves and like be okay with being like happy with what we've done. I never know what emoji to tell people to leave. I should have a consistent one. Honestly, that's true. Like have a consistent one or like just have like a range of ones that you flip through where you're like, okay, today's Thursday, so do this one or something like that. That's really funny. Or like if you've talked about a certain book, think about an image you might do. Like with this one, Death and Fromage, maybe I would do like a cheese, like a cheese emoji, I guess. That just came to me. In the fan fiction community, we have a phrase called DLDR. Don't like, don't read. Just leave it alone. That's true. And then the other thing too is I suppose that if you watch it and you don't engage in any way, then like I feel like that might put something into account because you might not know that you don't like it until you've watched it. But the question is like when you did it, like, did they watch my entire video and they're like, okay, this isn't for me. But we don't get that feedback as the creators. We just see that someone disliked it. I'm like, but when did they dislike it? I wish, I don't know. We don't want to make it too complicated though, and like make someone write a paragraph about why they disliked it. Cause I'm like, I don't think my mental health needs that. I loved Before the Coffee Gets Cold. I need to read the sequels, but I've heard they get repetitive. Ooh, so it might be a situation where you can read them, but don't read them in succession. Like read one book a year or so often. I know some people often say, if you like this video, like and subscribe. I feel that's not natural for me and a bit obvious. Like if I watch a video and enjoy it, I will like the video at least. Yeah, and I have found that the one thing I do like as a viewer is when someone does remind me though, being like, hey, like here's your just a quick reminder, consider liking the video if you're already enjoying yourselves. And then I'm like, oh, that's right. Because again, we kind of get in the mindset where we're just watching something. But yeah, it's the naturalness. It feels as though you're forcing it because everyone does it. It's what a weird culture we're in with YouTube. Sometimes comment a short something. Yeah. The Hanjin Murders was 5 stars for me. Laura, how did I not know that you've read this? I really need to read it. As someone who loves Golden Age, and like this is a Japanese based on the Golden Age, I should have read it by now. That is a disservice by me. But might say do this emoji in the video if you liked it. Yeah, exactly. And you could even, depending on how interactive you are, like also include text where, if you're not comfortable really saying everything you want to say, you can just do that. Like I have a little like graphic that has like the subscribe thing. So at the beginning of my video, I don't have to tell people to subscribe. It just kind of shows up. It doesn't help if people aren't watching, if they're just doing an auditory listen of YouTube, but I'm always surprised when my videos that I worry are too long get watched and commented. I have noticed, I think people do appreciate long, like depending on the mood and depending on the content. I think that some content and topics deserve longer discussions, like longer videos, and that's what people are looking for. Whereas if you're like, oh, I'm going to talk about this and it's only 10 minutes, they're like, you aren't going to cover that. Like how you're clearly going to be missing out on information. So I think it depends. I like longer videos if it seems like it's a topic that deserves that, like a vlog. I think vlogs should be longer, but that's also because I'm someone who I can't shut up and I need like all the time in the world. My February wrap up ran almost an hour with all those books, but people actually watch the whole thing. Yes, and also like I mean, if you're reading so many books, you need the time. You can't, like I realized 20 minutes can't count for 5 books just in the same way that it can't count for like 20 books. Like that's just crazy. Love Jhumpa Lahiri and love studying the namesake for my master's. Awesome, Elliot. I've read Interpreter of Maladies, and then I ended up reading her In Other Words, which, yeah, is translated from Italian. And that one was really interesting because it's on one page, you see the Italian that she wrote, and then you see the translation into English. And she didn't translate the work herself. She said that would have like taken away something from her Italian, which I thought was really interesting. Sprint Hap Love. Hello, Jess. Good morning. I will be reading Icebreaker because it's due back. Another Icebreaker reader. Jess, if you're still here, Ella's reading it too. So you have a bit of a buddy read going on. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Thanks, James. I was like, I know it's a lot. It's thousands of something leagues going on there. I have a Jhumpa Lahiri book, Unaccustomed Earth, that I'm currently reading. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I should get back to her because I do like her as an author. I just got Butcher and Blackbird off of my friend, going to read it for a book club this month. I managed to get a shower and make my dinner. We'll read next sprint. We love it. Amazing. Also reading Jane Eyre this month. You're all just reminding me that I need to do that. Yes, done with work. It was a successful day and I'm doing lots of reading now. Yes, treat yourself. I'm enjoying the narrator. Oh, okay. That's good. Good. So I might, maybe that's what I need to do, like an immersive read. I think that is the best motivator for me with classics because I don't just want to listen because I feel like I need the words on the page because the syntax is hard for me to process. But to immersive read it, that's helped. That's how I got through Emma by Jane Austen because it's a bit of a longer classic for me. But immersive reading it was really fun. I loved Jane Eyre when I read it in high school. I should reread it though, since it's been forever. Yeah, I'm trying to get through all the Bronte sisters. I've only ever read Wuthering Heights, but I want to read like one at least by each of them. I read Jane Eyre in high school for fun, not for school. Been meaning to reread, but never have. I did find a copy printed in 1946. Very beautiful. I love that. I love when you find old editions. Oh, Jane Eyre retellings though. And then, I'm into it. Amazing readathon. Yes, it's going to be so fun. For those of you who participated last year, it's going to be bigger and better than that. Like I'm baffled by how much Bree's already planned for it. Little self promo, but I'm doing a 24-hour readathon stream at the end of March. Yes, so those of you who like sprinting, which is everyone here, maybe go check out James. I'm so excited to take part in the amazing race this year. Yeah, it's like I genuinely can't express how excited I am, and it's only March, but I'm pumped. Just made some more coffee. I love it, Carissa. Nice. Yeah, maybe I can reheat it or something, or like sometimes I just like lean into the coldness and like throw in some ice cubes, and I just tell myself, okay, I made myself iced coffee. You are allowed to be proud of yourself. Don't listen to anyone that tells you, thank you, James. And the same goes to you. Same goes to everyone else. Like we put in the time, we put in the effort. If we're happy with the content, then we should be proud. I agree. Something that we need to remind ourselves more often. I will be doing Readathon Prep 2 this week. Must activate our admin team to start getting ready for Dewey's Readathon. Ooh, is nonfiction. I'm assuming with like Dewey Decimal. That's what's coming to my mind. But you might be procrastinating just a little bit. I'm pretty excited to participate in the Amazing Readathon this year. I pretty much just lurked last year during the whole thing. Oh, yes. Then at least you've got the lay of the land. You know you kind of know what to expect. Also reading it for, NetGalley. So it was requested before I knew the problem with the publishers. Yeah, exactly. Like when you request something so long ago and then they're like, oh, sure. And it's like, oh, well, okay, I guess I'm going to read it. I give you props for not going crazy with working from home. I have been working from home a lot lately and I feel like I'm going crazy. Yeah, and it definitely is because like I need to take breaks. I go for walks. I'm really lucky that the person I work for, she's based in the UK, which might help. I think it'd be a different culture if we're going to be honest, working from home in the US with a US employer. But she's really supportive. If I say, hey, I need to take like an hour lunch, I need to go for a walk, I'll be back and continue my hours. And I just stay like transparent with her and like keep her informed. And it's been really nice for me. And then a couple more comments, and then we'll get into another hour sprint. Blue Lily Blue is book 3 in the Raven Cycle by Maggie. Oh, okay, I think the things are coming back to me. Maggie Stiefvater, I have read one series by her, like the Shiver one, years and years ago. I was reluctant and DNF'd it, but Ren persuaded me to try it again, and I'm now hooked. Then they did you good. You knew that you need to continue, or ask them to leave their favorite emoji. Yes, or like do like a little bit of a battle. I thought about that when I was doing my I asked people to pick my TBR. And so I was like, hey, an emoji for this, an emoji for that title. You could always do a fun little question being like, okay, what do you prefer? If you prefer X, do this emoji. If you prefer Y, do this emoji. And it can be kind of a fun competition. I don't know. I'm just throwing out these ideas. Okay. Oh, I am going to say hello to Donna. Hi, Donna. I seen you were live when I went for a nap, but I figured nap was much needed. Oh, 100%. I'm glad that you chose to like take care of yourself first. Currently sick with a cold. You aren't alone. There are a lot of people in the comments who aren't feeling well. And every time someone mentions that they're not well, I'm like, oh my gosh, we need to all take care of ourselves. Stuffed and head feels like underwater. That isn't good. You know what I've actually been feeling over the past couple days? I've also been feeling like I have a cold coming on. I've been trying to get more sleep because usually that helps me. But oh goodness, we're all here for you, and I'm glad you took a nap. So on that note, I'm going to star a comment, and let's see here. So it's almost 4. I'm trying to, if we went for an hour, then that would be 4:40. Can we do it? Yeah, we're going to do an hour, and then I'll see if I can squeeze in another sprint after that. Do you guys think, or should I do an hour and a half? Math. Because if I do in an hour and a half, then that is 3:40. That's 4:40. That's 5:10. I'll do an hour. And then we'll do another sprint after that. Now that I keep talking and just taking away our time to read, taking off the overlay, talking through every single step I'm doing for you all. And then we will squeeze in one more sprint after this one. I'm not sure how long it'll be, but then you guys will all be going over to hang out with Brittany, which will be really fun. So yeah, okay. See everybody in 60 minutes. I've been muted. Oh my gosh. I'm flabbergasted. Ah, I'm really lucky that I started looking down at the original, like the newest comments, or I would have pulled a Nell if anyone knows and recalls that day. No offense now if you're here in the comments, but that was very funny. I enjoyed it as a viewer. Now I understand the pain of it happening to you. Thank you everyone for letting me know that I was muted. Oh my gosh, it's so embarrassing. Basically, I was just letting everyone know that I finished my bullet journal updates. I continued Death and Fromage, and I find the character dynamic between the two characters really humorous. Like the main character, he reminds me of a bumbling Hugh Grant, and I enjoy his kind of stuttering and trying to be suave when we know he can't be. Meanwhile, his counterpart is this like French woman who she's very sophisticated and confident in herself, and I find the dynamic very funny. So yeah. Oh no, and I worried everyone. Oh my gosh, I know. Oh gosh, you were about to Vox me. Can you imagine? That is honestly too funny. And I'm sure some people were like, is it my audio? Did something go wrong with my computer? And no, just me. I got everything else set up though, right? The rest of the entire time I've been very calm, cool, collected, I think. And now we had to have had a little bit of a mess up. But okay, let's get back to what we were doing. I don't read because fan fiction is a fan-led and fan-consumed thing. It's not professional, so it's bad it's bad form to criticize it without the fiction and author like asking for it. That's true. It's more of a like, hey, we're creating, and it's kind of the same situation of like reviews are for the reader too, as far as professional reviews go. So yeah, because it's for fun. It's not edited by published. Exactly. Like there's not like a whole team helping with that. Catching up on the talkie bit after dinner. I try to include something in my video for engagement, like let me know in the comments if you do. Yeah, just like a little bit of something like, hey, if you're looking for something to respond to, I have a question. If you want to answer it, that'd be really great. I like that. Oh, wait, yes, we studied Interpreter of Maladies, and then I read The Namesake myself. Brain no. Oh, honestly, you could have just kept going and I wouldn't have even noticed. But yeah, Interpreter of Maladies, that's the one that also, I think it won the Pulitzer, so it kind of makes sense that a lot of times that's our introduction to that author, to Jhumpa Lahiri. I'm always scared of spoiling a book and people not going to watch the video. I know. I suppose you could always put like a little tag saying spoiler free if you're confident that you're not going to spoil it. Sometimes though, I'm just like do a spoiler section, whatever the case is, or it's like creating a video for the long haul. Like I created a video for God Killer just because I want to talk about it. And I know that maybe not everyone's going to be into it at the time, but as people read it, they may want to go to that video. So it's like, it's not a video created for the short term. It's like kind of an investment video, I guess. And I had fun writing it, saying it, creating it. To be honest, I prefer videos that are 6 to 10 minutes, no longer than 15. I don't mind a longer video, but it should be concise. That's true, exactly. And of course, that you're bringing up the whole speeding up action. Usually, I kind of, depending on how long it is, I'm fine with speeding it up because we don't all talk a mile a minute. Hello, Beatrice. Welcome back. Wanted to say that I figured the romances that I wanted to buy. Oh my goodness. Which are Lovelight Farms. We knew you were interested in that one. And then the Bromance Book Club. I know a lot of people are really into that too. I like both shorter and longer videos. Yeah, I think it depends on the content, depends on what is actually being discussed and if it deserves a shorter or longer video. And yes, Jess was still here. Woohoo! I'm glad you were still here. I want to, especially because I was connecting you with another reader. I want to participate in the amazing readathon. Well, Beatrice, you should. I finished the rest of the Bronte sisters books last year. My fave overall was Jane Eyre. And see, The Tenant of Wildfeld Hall, I really do want to try that because I had like a classmate work on that as her dissertation, and I was like, this is really fascinating. I love longer vlogs because that gives people time to talk about the books in their vlogs. I appreciate getting to hear people's thoughts in real time. Yeah, where they're just they're meandering. They're figuring out their thoughts too. It depends on what kind of video, but I like both short and long. The videos over an hour are hard for me to commit to watching. That's true. It's like we're committing to like a video, like an entire film almost. And then there were discussions of, yeah. So Laura, I know Laura commented back saying that Laura is based in the UK too. Heads up, I've been dropping hints and sneak peeks in my sprints for Amazing Readathon. Yet another reason to double check, triple check that you are subscribed to Bree, and then participate in her sprints. No Themes. Dewey was the book blogger who started Dewey's Readathon in 2007. Oh, she died and her friends kept it going. That's really lovely of them. I became the lead admin about 2 years ago. Oh my gosh. Such responsibility that is well deserved. That's really amazing. Hello, Courtney. This is the other person who is among many who are sprinting today. Hope you all were able to go sprint hop and say hello. And there were some chatting in the comments back and forth. I made sure to thank everyone for their patience as I was trying to get through comments because I can't help myself. I want to respond to every single person. And so I always do that when I know that a bit of the more seasoned sprinters will just kind of pick and choose. But if I'm going to click on it and read it, I'm going to talk about it. Me too. I got to stay up past midnight to talk to my mom. Oh, that's right. Because James isn't. Okay. Yes, I remember learning that about you, James. It's very fun because you're based in Scotland, if I remember correctly, but you are Australian. Let me know if I have that flipped. The Dewey Readathon is so fun. Been doing it for 8 years. Not a cold, but got my period and feeling not the best. Oh my gosh. It is the worst. I'm a different person. I am not the same human I am when it is that time of the month for me too. And like James, honestly, I saw this comment come in and oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Like the pain that one experiences, and it's all so subjective and per person that, yeah. And there's not enough research being focused on that type of women's health or female health of the body, I should say. Realized not in the reading mood anymore. Gonna watch a fun quiz show, a Norwegian one. Alla mot alla. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. I'm just saying it as Dutch would say it. Everyone against everyone. Oh, that's so fun. Yeah, I was going to say alles is Dutch for everyone. So funny questions and contestants. Ooh, I might have to look into this. I have had worse periods before, but they are rarely fun. No, I don't. That's why I always think it's funny when you see TV shows or things when I don't know if anyone ever watched Seventh Heaven. That's a throwback and kind of a weird show to reference. But as a child who did not grow up religious, for some reason, my family, we loved it. And there was one was it Ruth or Lucy? One of them ended up becoming a woman, as it used to be said, and everyone celebrated and had a party, and I was like, I do not understand this. This is horrific in my opinion, because I did not want to experience that type of growing up. Gonna do a wee bit self. Oh, yes, please. I have made many book tags if anyone wants a video idea. Most recently, a one-hit wonder book tag. Ooh, that is up my alley. I really like that. Feel free to do them. Thanks, Renee. Honestly, because book tags are a lifesaver when you're trying to figure out content for the week and you're like, I have nothing. I have no thoughts. Done work, amazing to know. But now dealing with a situation. Some friends and I were supposed to do a volunteer program at a nursing home on Thursday, but there's extreme weather in the forecast. Oh no. And so now I'm sure you have to kind of anticipate a backup plan or a rescheduling. Snow, freezing rain, ice pellets, sleet. About 2 inches of rain are expected, and that will some traffic outside. That will definitely lead to road closures and power outages. Now to figure out how to reschedule everything. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That really stings, especially when you're planning on something that's so beneficial. Like that's such a great cause, having like a volunteer program at a nursing home. And we've had really nice weather here, at least for me. So it's always like, why? Why now are we going to finally have bad weather? I have to leave and I probably won't be able to join again today. Oh my gosh, no worries, Anna. I'm sure you're gone, which is totally fine. But I had a blast chatting and being productive with everyone. I'll be back for another sprint. Yay! Yes. And everyone else, if you could just like shower Anna with love, maybe go subscribe and say hi, because it was really nice of her to like take a chance and hang out with us. Because I know we're kind of a tight knit community unintentionally because we all know each other and we're all friends. So when like a newer person joins, it's always really nice to be able to like welcome them fully. Speaking of, hello, Alicia. Feeling a bit under the weather today. Alicia, you, me, everyone else. This is just a time, isn't it? And we all live away from each other. So that just means like this is an issue that we all just need to more rest. But we'll be relaxing and reading The Spanish Love Deception. We also were talking about the Spanish Love Deception earlier. This is crazy. What are you thinking of it? Currently 87 out of 438. So I know it's early days, but are you enjoying it? And yeah, thank you, Courtney. I know Courtney was hosting her own sprints too, so understandable she had to go. Hello. Hey, Sirvasha. How are you? You just got home from work. Great. Still listening to other words from home for middle grade March. I know there's been some discussion about middle grade March. Jessica responded too, saying, I'm casually doing middle grade March. I have finished 0 books so far this month. I'm starting Amari and The Great Game. Oh my gosh. I have book 1. I own book 1. I'm staring at it right now, and I've been meaning to start that series. So Jessica, I hope you're still liking it. I hope you're still having fun. I know you just started. But yeah, like I hope it feels good to be like back in the world, when you're just like, oh yes, it's been too long. Yeah, that's the best feeling. Working today. Hello, how are you, Crystal? This is another Australian, because I know that we've had some Australians in the comments here and there. I just need to stay motivated, and your smiling face always does that. Thanks so much. Although Elliot did earlier comment that I have a very serious face sometimes too. I think I've got like 2 extremes: very serious and focused, where like I'm not approachable, and other times where I'm like smiling and talking. So it's I appreciate it. I have you up on the TV keeping me company. Hope you are going for a little bit. So you know what, Crystal, I've got you, because I'm only going for about an hour, but then I'm immediately redirecting. I had YouTube do its thing. So it's going to send us immediately to Brittany from Brittany Loves Reading, who you of course know. And so the sprints will continue even without me, which is great. Everyone's saying hello to Krista. Yes, I hope that all of you who are working and hanging out with us are being productive. But I'm glad that you're currently on lunch, Coda. Made it to page 75, chapter 4. Awesome, Paul. Hope you're eating something yummy, Coda. Coda usually is. I mean, I'm always really impressed with the concoctions that Coda creates. I'm just sipping tea after waking up with an upset tummy. Oh my gosh, I think that's worse. I think I'd rather have a cold than an upset stomach. I think I'd rather have a lot of things than an upset stomach. That might be controversial, but that's my view. Read 63 pages of The Circus Train by Amita Parikh. Loving it or maybe Parikh. I'm assuming it's probably Parikh. Loving it so far. Also managed to watch 3 different people's videos from this live stream. Love making new friends. Yes, amazing. Abby's also someone who loves to collaborate too. So if people are interested in that. And then here were all the comments about me being muted. Oh my gosh, how embarrassing. And that's on the internet forever, or at least for as long as I keep it up. 49 pages read, 75 pages to go. James, oh my gosh, you're so close. And yes, I'm so glad that someone else commented that yeah, this is me pulling a Nell. Too funny. So we're gonna have to tell Nell about this and be like, hey, I'm part of the club now. Back just in time. Yes, Jess, making coffee now. Oh, that sounds lovely. But read a few chapters of Icebreaker. Nate is finally in a pair of tights. I thought it was by sound. Oh, I thought it was my sound playing up. Yeah, being like, what's going on? Is it me? And then you can't tell until you start seeing the comments and you're like, no, it's not us. It's Leandra. Ay, ay, ay. I'm sitting over here muting and unmuting the TV, being like, what's happening? Oh gosh, I caused chaos in everyone's homes. This was supposed to be relaxing sprints. I got to 55% in Nevernight and started the ball rolling setting. Oh, up Dewey's. Nice. You're setting up Dewey's. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That's great. That was like a weird way for me to read that, but I got it. I went through all my Pokemon prompts and in February completed 10 prompts and unlocked a further 6 Pokemon. I now have 10 total. Congratulations, Kirsty. That's what I need to do. I need to double check Pokemon I've got because I've been filling out the prompts and I'll be like, okay, I got that one. And then I'm not going back and like checking what's happening. And now, of course, this is where the chaos continued because Bethany was like, Leandra came back super loud, especially because I freaked out and I was like shouting, like, oh my gosh. I should have come back soft and calm, being like, I am muted. But that's not the case. Made it to 42% in my book. It's a novella, so should finish it before bed so I can start Piranesi tomorrow. I really hope you like it, Elliot. By the way, I'm still on hold for Feybound, which you recommended to me. You and Laura did. I am almost finished with my buddy read pages. I think I will update my bullet journal next. I still want to read it, a bit of Cersei, which I'm not loving at all. Oh my gosh, Beatrice, if you're not loving it, maybe you shouldn't continue, or you could always soft DNF it. What was it? Pause for now, PFN it. You could always do that. I had to take a call in that sprint, so I've only made it to 13% of the Ivory Key. Honestly, you're about where I am too. My progress is slow with Death and Fromage just because I've been having to do other things. I managed to start my edit of my wrap-up video I filmed today. Donna, you and me both. Well, we both recorded our videos. I have not gotten to editing at all. I also figured that I am doing I figured what I am doing in the afternoon for my birthday. I'm going to spend it baking. Ooh, what a great way to celebrate a birthday. I love it. Also, thank you to the couple of you who watched and commented on those sprinting. Genuinely keep smiling. Oh, yay. I'm so glad. Yes, I love it when everyone's like, take a booktube sprint, check out who's in the comments, and just, say hi to each other, get to know each other. I finished A Touch of Darkness. You're free. Oh, I'm so happy for you, Wins. If I had a physical copy of this book, I would have been chucked across. I would have been chucked across multiple times. Okay, so I'm glad that, I will say that if you have the audio, it makes it so much easier for you to kind of push through a book because you just like keep it playing and you're like fine while you're doing other things. Hello, Julie. Just made it home from work, doing some house tasks and starting dinner. Awesome. That sounds great. I just finally finished my book review in my bullet journal for God Killer. So, of course, I thought of you. 70% through An Education in Malice. There is still the lyrical style of writing, but it's not as enthralling as A Dowry of Blood. Can you put your finger on it? Do you know why it's not as enthralling? Like, I'm intrigued and also kind of disappointed for you. I'm trying to catch up in the Wheel of Time read along, which if people are interested, Brittany loves reading. We're going to go over to hers in about an hour. You can always ask her about it because she's hosting it. I'm still reading The Great Hunt, and I'm currently 55% of my way through. Ooh, so you're over halfway. I know it is a chunky read. They all are. Or I think that they're a bit smaller as you go, or at least the last couple are compared to book one. I hope you're liking it, though, right? Like that's the hope. I'm working on a weekly keyword genre challenge for Twitter / X. What a weird thing now. For Dewey's pre-readathon. Nice. So for those who are participating, they know something's coming. I generally aim for under 15 minutes for a standard video, 20 to 30 for wrap-ups and TBRs, and under an hour for vlogs. Yeah, and I feel like you kind of get the gist of it. As you go, you kind of know what your standard is. That feels right to me. You got that right. From Australia, living in Scotland. Yes, James. I feel very proud of knowing that. I hate the system we have for women's health. I have major issues and have needed to see a specialist, but I've been waiting 4 months. Oh my gosh. I know, Jess. I remember you talking about how long it's been like with an appointment and having to go back and continue, and just, it's really frustrating to like how long it takes just to have a consultation or anything like that. I barely watched that show regularly, but I remember that episode, Seventh Heaven. That's right. I forgot that I even mentioned it. I think it can be something to celebrate, but also honor some of us have conflicting feelings. Yeah, exactly. Like feel the vibe of the person. Like I think that was the issue, is that Lucy was super excited. So then when I got to Ruth and they were like, yay. And Ruth's like, Ruthie, was that her name? She is like, I don't want to celebrate this. Like this is, I'd rather just be by myself. That's who I am. I'm more like her. Got some forms printed up, invitations made to a picnic I'm hosting, and made dinner while listening to Dune. The audiobook is a little odd. Sometimes has a cast, sometimes one narrator. Yeah, Jen, that was my issue. And that's why I ended up getting the audiobook and the physical, and I think I'm gonna immersive read it, because I was having such an issue with just the audio. It was very weird for me. I think it also just it felt very Star Warsy or Star Trekky, one of those two. Like it was very weird. I feel like I've known you guys for years, but it's only been like I know James. Like that's the thing, is when you are on Sprint, I feel like we really get to know each other really well, and it's really crazy. And it's on everyone's channels. We just follow each other and move around, so it's like we just keep hanging out. Hello, Louise. I'm getting through some admin work for my scout troop. Ooh, very fun. I promise you that we're going to be doing one more sprint here, but don't worry. Also, welcome. We'll be continuing on to Brittany's, and you don't have to do a thing. It's just going to take you right there, so that you can continue sprinting. So I think that'll work out for you. Thanks for hanging out. I've also somehow read 24 books this year so far, so much better than the one I'd read by this time of year. Yeah, I know. Honestly, James, you and I, we're like in sync. I've read so many books this year, and I think it's because I participated in 2 readathons in a row, and we're going to see how March goes because I don't have a readathon. I think I needed the break though. Yeah, I've read so many more books this year than I did last year. So congratulations. I'm glad you were able to read 24, and last year you only read 1, which also would have been a feat if that's the type of reader you were back then. 7-Eleven. There's a throwback. Yes. I also agree with the whole celebration thing feeling weird. Yeah, I think it just depends. I remember that episode and I was not the same mind. I was like, Lucy is so weird. I just remember, I think that was the time I was like, Lucy and I are not the same. She is not the character I'm going to be relating to in this. Next sprint, I'll be reading, and I'm also making plans for an alternative, to NaNoWriMo. Very cool, that I'm running in May, because I need to get on to my writing again. I love that. Yeah, everyone, again, maybe go check out Kirsty, because, if you want to get some stuff done, plans are happening. Exactly why your face always works. It either cheers me up or the serious face guilts me. Yes, I can either like lay down the law, or I can be the encouraging type of person. It all depends, whatever you need. But I am enjoying the story, and my daughter got 10 chapters in her book. It's supposed to be a cozy read, family and friendship. Yeah, that's what if I remember correctly, that's what I thought. That's the cozy book that I kept like being like cozy fantasy. No, that's not what I meant, and I got there in the end. I really appreciate how friendly you are with everyone. Thanks, Jamie. It is so tough joining in on sprint chats when you are new to a group, and you do such a good job of drawing new people in. Thanks. I try not to be too overwhelming and like draw too much attention to the new people, but I understand. I used to be really nervous trying to comment in other people's sprints, and then I would just like wait nervously until my comment came up to see what they would say. And I try to like remember that that's how I am, and like I need to get better about it. I still get nervous when I join other people's sprints and like try to say hello. So yeah, thanks. 2 of my faves in one day. I know, Crystal. It's gonna be great, and this is gonna be a normal thing now. So I'm just gonna keep sending people Brittany's way. I think that that's gonna work out the best. I love the Spanish Love Deception. Oh, because yeah, now you're not much. You're only about 100 pages in, but you're adoring it. Oh, and it's a reread, Alicia. I did not know this. I love this so much that I got the Fairy Loot Special Edition. Oh, I bet that's so pretty. I love when you are like, okay, I love this so much that I'm now willing to spend the money to invest and like get the book that you really want. They are. And there's a collab video coming out for Crystal. Like an army of us are doing it. If you know, you know. We're all very excited. I don't know how Crystal feels, but we're excited about it. Yes, Faybound loved it from the first page. I know you did. And I was like, I need to look up this book. Cersei is a slog sometimes. I'm glad I listened to. That could be a good tip though for Beatrice. Kind of looking into the audio. I only have 15. Oh my gosh, only have 15% left. I want to finish it, but oh my God, the book is so slow. That's not great, but you are really close. I want to update my rating system so I can put vibes. Yes, we've talked about this, Beatrice, and I think you should. I think you should like include some type of like rating system where vibes has a certain percentage that you can lean on, being like, yeah, mainly rate on vibes. Yeah, James, exactly. A lot of my 5 stars, I'm just like, I know it's flawed. I'm giving it a 5 anyway because it's my type of 5 star. But I am not sure how I will do it with Caw Pile. You could always take Caw as like a kind of blueprint and then just adjust what you want to do it and just call it your own. Read a bit of Harry Potter 4, not Hewlett Packard for those wondering. Nudge, nudge. I know no one was wondering that. I just always makes me laugh. Now starting supper. Awesome. Don't know what my last update was, but I had dinner and went to rehearsals for Sweet Charity. Awesome. We'll probably try and read some chapters of Grand Master of Demonic Cultivation 5. What a title. I love it. I love Caw because it does all the work for me. I use the atmosphere bit as my vibes marker, so that's a good tip. Yeah, and also it is kind of nice when you're like, I don't have to do all the mathing and working for myself. I don't really care about how many 5 stars I give. All 9 books I read in February. James, I mean, an excellent month for you then. I love it. Amazing. That's great. I only had like 2 5 stars in February for myself, but I'm working into quarter star ratings, and I had a handful that were like 4.25 or higher, so they're all like new favorites for me. Dewey's happens 3 times a year, 24 hours each time. So in between, the admins wander off. Always fun, like magic, 1-2 messages in our admin chat, and all of a sudden it's all happening. Yeah, that's great. And like everyone just being like silently in agreement, like, yeah, this is what we're going to do. I had a very busy day of work, but I'm finally done. So I'm excited to get to reading. Good. I'm so glad, Crystal. Congratulations on being done. Meanwhile, Abby watched the first movie, then read Dune, and it made it easier for me to read. Honestly, I know that some people aren't into that, but I have been considering if I should watch and then read, because sometimes that's what I need. Speaking of 24-hour readathons, sorry to jump off of you, Jamie. Oh my goodness, no, we're all cycling, having a good time. You're hosting one at the end of March. That's right, James. Yeah. So again, just yet another reason to be subscribed to everyone. I think you can copy and paste the aspects you like to a new sheet. Oh, yes, yes, yes. So this is like another tip for how you might utilize Compile in your own way. I only read 11 books last year. I'm already on. Honestly, welcome to BookTube. Like once you find your community on BookTube or just join BookTube in any fashion, you will be reading so much. That person, they're running off to go catch up with us because they're like, all these people are reading. I'm behind, and so they're probably speeding down my street, which we don't encourage. For An Education in Malice, I think the POV of the 2 young ladies is less interesting than the POV of Constanta in A Dowry of Blood. The characters seem less complex overall. Honestly, yeah, we had a really great narrator main character for A Dowry of Blood. Like she was really complex, and I found her really interesting. Uh, there is an audiobook of Dune on YouTube. Oh my gosh, thank you, Aqua. That actually is really helpful, especially to people who might not have access to Libby, Hoopla, Audible, or like any other kind of like paid subscription, if that's a thing. It's consistent, at least the bit I've listened to. Okay, ooh. Thank you so much, because a lot of us have been reading Dune for quite a while. Also, hello, you're new. Thanks for taking a chance on us. I hope that you felt like comfortable so far hanging out with us. I promise we do get reading done too, if how long you've joined us. But yeah, thanks for introducing yourself. I do appreciate it. I think James, Beatrice, and myself came into this community at a similar time. For me, it was finding Leandra's TBR-a-thon, and now I'm here. Yay! I know. I think a lot of people were able to kind of connect through TBR-a-thon. I'm not going to lie, my intention was all like focus on your TBRs, but then the readathon just became focus on, I don't know, connecting to the book community, supporting each other, finding friends. And it was like the loveliest theme that I didn't mean for it to happen. So it was really, I met so many people. So thanks everyone for joining. The last 2 years, I barely read 40 in the whole year. And the 6 years before that, I didn't read. I honestly, same. I wasn't a big reader, which people don't really realize that. I don't know. It's really interesting to think back and being like, I was a very different person. So I'm very happy I'm getting back to how much I read when I was a kid. Yeah, lovely. But I also think that Leandra's was my first sprint. Yeah, Beatrice, I remember when you took a chance and said hello, and that was really lovely. And then I remember I like had you connect with Sophia and all of this jazz, and the rest was history. Actually, I think Leandra was my first sprint as well. Jess, oh my gosh, you all. I really do appreciate you all like being here. Like I get all fuzzy and weird about it, but like thanks everyone for just being like here and staying here. Leandra was the first sprinter I found in the reading sprints world. A couple years ago, I was part of the writer sprint part, which also Jess from the Hex Library, she's a part of that too. But I had to take a break for my mental health. Glad to be back, and we're glad that you're here too. And also, yeah, it's good to prioritize your mental health if you need to. So that totally makes sense. I'm glad that you were able to do that and then come back when you were ready. I pretty much read on vibes. Same, Abby. And imagining stuff is a big thing to me. Yeah, so I know that you were kind of reacting about that's for Cersei having a difficult time with kind of imagining things and finding it really slow. So that tracks. It was the same for me. I got halfway through before I gave up. Yeah, yeah, but sometimes you need to do that. Like I think that if you are comfortable DNFing, that's what you need to do. Loving read-alongs and readathons, doing one read-along this month and going to announce one for April next week. What? You're announcing? Okay, I will have to keep an eye out for that. Keep reminding us so that we don't miss it. By the way, I also feel that BookTube is helping me reading so much more, 100%. I think I was reading at least a book a month in the last few years, which is also fine. But like that is actually more probably than what the average person does anyway. And then I found Clue. Oh, that's right, Get a Clue. Was in the hospital, and my reading was, I remember that too, was Through the Clouds. And then I started a booktube, yes. Which honestly, I'm so proud of you. Like I can't imagine you've just like melted into the world so quickly, Beatrice. Like that was you all who started recently are like strides ahead of what I was like when I first started a booktube. Part of mine is health related. It can affect things significantly, but I read like 7 times more after I discovered booktube. Very motivating. It is. We all encourage each other and we all like hang out on reading sprints. So it's like, yeah, you're going to get some reading done. I have finished Finley Donovan. I liked the last one best, but you really have to go in ready to not think too much, which doesn't work for an overthinker like me. Yeah, that doesn't sound like it would be for me either. I still need to, oh my goodness, Elliot. Yes, let me focus on this. I still need to make my first video. Finding time has been hard these past few weeks. Yeah, understandable. But sprinting has been fun. It's also something like when you start a hobby, you're struggling to find time for it, and then once it becomes habitual, then you have the time. I think that's what happened with me too. If anyone needs a co-host, I'm always happy to join. Honestly, yeah, Elliot, you and I kind of talked about this, but I would totally be down for you joining me, even if it's a bit late, like after I've started and you can just jump on. I have noticed I use to rush through my live sprints until watching you and a few other people and realized, why should I rush when I want to get to know and be friends with everyone? Yeah, and it is a balance, Donna, right? Like I know that there is a point where we've talked for too long or vice versa, we're not talking enough. So you got to almost like feel everyone out, be like, hey, how are we feeling today? And having longer sprints makes me feel a bit more comfortable having a longer chat. I'd love to sprint with you. Yes. Oh, woohoo. I love it. And then this was the comment that I left off of. Sorry, the comments jumped and I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anyone. Yes, Jess from the Hex Library is a friend of mine. Yeah, she's great. We love her. It's because of people like you, Leandra, that's made it so easy for us to start BookTube. I'm so glad. And genuinely, if you guys, I know we've had a lot of talk about it today, but if you ever do feel like you're kind of struggling or wondering if you need to take a break, like don't hesitate to talk to us again about it, and we can all chat and either support each other's decision to keep going, to take that break that you need, because of course we're all still going to be here. So no worries. But I think sometimes we feel like we're in on ourselves because we're creating content on our own channels. But this is like, I think BookTube is strongest when we talk about it with each other. If I didn't have everyone supporting me, I wouldn't have started. Yeah, I feel you. There have been times where I kind of wondered if I should stop, and now I will never stop because you're all so lovely. But there are moments where you kind of question if you should be doing this. I have leaned more into sprinting lately and being on other people's sprints. I still need to find my stride with filming and editing. Yeah, and Carissa, you're also leaning into some craft content, which I really like. So if you continue doing that, that would be really cool for your channel. And for those interested, they can check her out. Also, sprints can be scary. they can be scary. Like, actually, I think I mentioned this earlier. I was like, I can't remember the last time I was sprinting by myself on screen. And of course, you all just helped me get back into the flow of it and have been super talkative in the best way to help me ease my nerves. I know it might not seem as noticeable. Maybe it is very noticeable. I shouldn't suggest that it isn't obvious, but I was a bit nervous getting on here today, being like, can I do this by myself? And then the plot twist is that I'm not by myself because you guys are all hanging out with me, especially because sometimes the chat is very quiet and you don't know what to say. Yes, and then you find yourself just like rambling sometimes, which it is true. That can kind of be a toughie. I love the chatty bits. Oh my gosh, honestly, Christy, thank you so much for appreciating the chatty bits, because I know you said that earlier, but it can be kind of nerve-wracking if people aren't for it. By the way, wish me luck, because I am going to try to make croissants. Oh my gosh. The first book in this series is Death and Croissants, which is very funny. I wish you luck. I'm sure they're going to turn out late, because on birthdays, all dreams come true. The big thing that I have learned is to not compare myself to others. Yeah, Chris, we were talking about that earlier, and Bree brought that point up, and I wholeheartedly agree. I just saw you scheduled out to June, Carissa. Yes, we love to see it. Never stop, Leandra, unless it impacts you and your time health. Thank you, Jess. And I agree. Like, it is one of those things where you do have to take a step back if you need to. I've been really lucky that my mental health has been really strong lately, and I think that's because of all of you have been really lovely and supportive. But when it is struggling, I know that there is a time where I need to take maybe a week or two off just to reassess. And yeah, it's okay to do that. I'm always nervous when I sprint. Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. I'm glad that we all are able to, I guess, admit our insecurities to each other. I really appreciate it. Hello, Nicole. So this was Noteworthy Fiction, Nicole, who is linked below, by the way, because I saw that you were sprinting earlier and I wanted to make sure people sprint hopped. So if they did, I really do appreciate you all. But hi, Nicole. Hope your sprints went well today. I barely did any reading before last year. The Amazing Readathon really pushed me to read. Many readathons later, I ended up reading 102 books and 92 volumes of manga last year. Insane, Candy. I think I remember you giving me that stat earlier, however many sprints ago, and I was like, that is crazy. I still am baffled by it. Scheduled some birthday sprints in June. The time may change though. Totally fine, but you have them in the books, and that's what matters. I need to work out how to do sprints. My internet is still lousy. That's the thing that's kind of stinks, is that with sprinting, you really have to just be like, please let the internet work. Please let the internet work. But sometimes this season, I want to join someone on screen for their sprints. Honestly, yeah, Jamie, what's really lovely is that Brittany and I are making a plan to introduce people who want to try it out but don't want to be alone. They can join her or me on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I know that doesn't accommodate everyone's schedules, but I like that idea. And Brittany reached out to me to ask if I wanted to do that. So she deserves all the credit for it, because it was a really great idea. Yes, of course, Nicole, especially because you were celebrating that you got 1,000 subscribers, which is amazing. So yeah, this is great. And with you guys while I cook, we love it. Amazing. And yes, Nicole and I, what is it? And Alex are doing a read along for Dorian Gray. Ooh, oh my gosh. Yeah, I feel like a few people are already they're reading Dorian Gray now, so they could just hang out and watch you guys and see what you're doing. Honestly, seeing my stream linked in the spreadsheet gives me so much serotonin. It's keeping me going. I love it. I would have started it as was my plan to anyway, but I wouldn't have been able to make friends as easily or feel as supported without the support of you guys. Yeah, honestly, I remember, Laura, you had a whole plan of starting later, and then you're like, what am I waiting for? Let me just start now. And that warmed my heart. I love that you wanted to just jump in earlier than planned, because as someone like me, that I couldn't have done it. So I love seeing it. Yeah, I love awesome thing that you and Brittany are doing. Thanks so much. I mean, we haven't started until this Thursday, and James is going to be our first one. But I'm looking forward to it. Whew, okay, so we've reached the end of the comments. We don't have much time before we have to move over to, did I tell you that I got a new bookshelf? No, Beatrice, I don't think you did. I am going to request that you maybe send some pictures into various discords that I'm a part of so that I can see what they look like. Oh, it's still very empty. But yeah, do like a before picture. Do a before, like, ooh, empty, and then do a picture of when it's full. I always think to do those after I've already filled my bookshelves, but I think you should do it. Technically, Dorian is a read along, but anyone can latch on. Yeah, exactly. And then love the idea of what Brittany and you are planning to do. Things we think it's going to be really fun. Like it'll be really engaging and like a great way for us to just like keep introducing people to the community. But I got it yesterday. It was a birthday present. I love it. That's so awesome. I decided to make my channel the day before my first stream. Honestly, all of you who are jumping in, I had to do so much planning because I was crazy. And now I look back and being like, oh, little Leandra, you knew nothing. It didn't even really matter, which is very funny. It only has 3 books. That's okay. 3 important books. Tempest of Tea, Crescent City 1 and 3. Oh, you don't have the second one. Oh no, you're going to have to remedy that. Maybe that's one of the 3 books you should buy yourself for your birthday. Okay, so I think I'm going to change this to give ourselves maybe a half an hour. I know it's a really short sprint and it's not like great for everyone, but that's the time that we have. So I think I'm going to do a half an hour. We'll come back about 10 minutes prior to Brittany's sprinting starting, and then I'll quickly like check in with everyone, say hi, and yeah, then we can go hang out with Brittany and watch her do an amazing job on her sprints. Okay, so let me organize everything again because everything looks a bit odd. There we go. And don't worry, I will not forget to unmute myself when I come back because now I am scarred for life. Okay, see everybody in 30 minutes. I have unmuted myself. So we ended on a good note. We are good to go. Christina has provided us with the link to Brittany's, but as I said, it should immediately redirect us. I'm glad that we have this just in case, but it should direct you right to Brittany's if we did it correctly. So it's always good to just have it just in case. Let me know, how did everybody do? We can quickly spend a few minutes to see what's going on with you. I ended up doing a little bit more of like editing research kind of stuff for my video for Thursday because it's meant to be my wrap up. And now I'm kind of realizing I wasn't really prepared when I was recording it today. So, of course, my brain is like, maybe I should redo it. And if I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. It's okay. But I'm one of those people where I'm like, oh, there was so much information I wanted to include and I didn't do it because I wasn't in the right mindset. And that's why you should probably record when you're actually in the mindset rather than forcing it. But anywho, I did end up listening to a little bit more of Death and Fromage. And so I got to about 15% total. So I am chugging along there and just finding it a very comforting experience, which is great. And yes, just in case, Christina, thank you so much. And I really, honestly, it warmed my heart so much to see so many people who were leaving us and others were being like, bye, have a good sleep, good night. And I was there too, but it was really nice to see other people already kind of watching the comments to be sure that we sent people off. I don't know, it was really nice. I like started tearing up and I'm like, oh, stop, Leandra. I'm really emotional for some reason right now. I think I'm brewing a migraine, so gonna take some meds before I join Brittany Sprints. Yes, please do. And always like remember, maybe like dim your computer or whatever you're using. Be sure to, like, if you want to, lower the volume, like whatever you need to do. I'm so sorry that a migraine is on the horizon for you because that is not fun. Edited that sprint. Amazing, Jess. I'm really glad. But then just read. You know what? That's great. You're just going to read after that. That's amazing. Made it to 57%. You're over halfway, Elliot. That is awesome. So Beatrice begins. I updated my journal. I also read like 4 pages of Circe, and then I remembered that I had some video files to sort out. It seems as though you're making a lot of excuses not to finish Circe, Beatrice. I don't know. You're very close to the end though, and then you'll be free. So I'm just throwing it out there, but I'm glad you were productive. Nicole's eating dinner. Lovely. You deserve it. You need to replenish your body after sprinting for so long. That's what I'm going to need to do. I'm now 152 out of 438 of Spanish Love Deception. Still loving it. Amazing, Alicia. I am so glad. And you said this was a reread for you too, right? So of course you're liking it. We read some more of HP4 and My House Smells Like Bacon. Is it meant to smell like bacon? I hope so. I'd be very concerned if it's not. Up to page 90. I hate long chapters. Honestly, me too. Sometimes I wonder, is it necessary? There wasn't a break in between where you could have just been like, hey, stopping here. Okay, moving on. Because I think mentally we just need that break. Even if it's not really like no time has passed between one chapter and the other, I need to like be allowed to stop. And I feel like if there isn't a chapter break, I almost can't. I've gotten better about it in years, but it's not fun. I didn't track pages read, but I reached page 210 in my book. Awesome. That's lovely, Asparagus. I love your name. I don't know if you've been here before and I've said that, but Asparagus is reading, honestly, is the funniest handle I've ever seen. Congratulations on making it to 210. And thanks for popping in. Don't worry. We will be continuing sprinting on Brittany's channel. So if you haven't been here for too long, don't worry about that. What did you end up eating? Good question. I have so many videos that I have to re-record because I wasn't properly prepped. Right as I was doing it, I'm like, there are statistics that I want to have in here, and I don't know why I'm still recording. And I kept going, and I guess it was just like a practice run. Like in the theater, we had a little bit of a practice, see how it all worked, and then I'll just do it again. And it'll probably be more succinct and shorter, actually, so that's probably for the best. I made it to page 326 in HP4. Yes, because there's that read-along going on, so a handful of you are keeping pace with that. Burnt ends, veggies, and, mashed potatoes. anything with starch. Like every type of potato has my heart. I think my heart is made of potatoes, I've decided. Oh, you're still editing your video. I'm hoping to have my wrap up tomorrow. I tend to write down what I want should say, which I don't say everything, but it's there just, yes, that's honestly what I was missing. I had written all of these things for my January wrap up and it was really helpful. And then for this one, I proceeded not to do that, even though I knew it was helpful last time. So yeah. Night, everyone. Good night, Jen. Have started dinner, took a call from my dad on taxes. Don't get me started. I need to figure out my taxes too. Started new print book, How High We Go in the Dark. Is that Jamie? Are you reading that because Brittany loved it, or is that something else? Because I think I'm going to be reading it. I thought the same, Leandra. I am really putting it off. Yes, you are. I hope I can finish it tomorrow. You can do it. Thanks for being here, Laura, for so long. Yes, please go to bed. Good night. We are having bacon for supper. Okay, thank goodness, because I was like, I'm a little bit concerned, but it is making me hungry and I am having issues focusing now. Yeah, maybe like, yeah, just prep, chill out, enjoy that food, and then you can actually focus again. That's why I'm not the biggest fan of Cassandra Clare's books, because the chapters in her books are so long. Yeah, Vale took a nap. I hope that it was a lovely nap. I love potatoes. Carissa, girl after my own heart. Like, honestly, if I could have potatoes every single meal, I would. Thank you so much, Christina, for being here and for like looking out, making sure we've got the links that we need. As always, you are literally like the grounding of our community, I think, among other people, because it's just so grateful. Potatoes are life. I agree, Nicole. Yes. Okay. I'm glad that no one is a potato hater in this group. I would be surprised if they were. Also making potatoes for dinner. Yes. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Honestly, and Nicole, again, you were sprinting all day already. You didn't need to be here, but thank you for being here anyway. Yeah. Mashed potatoes. We need, rice with chicken. Curry. Jess, now you are talking. That is a combination I need. In the dark. It was amazing. Laura, I didn't realize that you read this. And also love Cassandra Clare, though. So, didn't like Cersei, but you're okay with Cassandra Clare's longer books or longer chapters. I get that. I'm off to bed. Sounds good. Thanks for being here, Elliot. I know a lot of you are here, and I really do appreciate you being here until the end, but I don't want to prevent you from being here to the beginning of Brittany's sprints. So I will be seeing you all very soon, because I'll be in the comments too. But I am going to end it here. So let me remove the banners so we don't get all messy. And I'm going to do my little outro and cross our fingers. Cross your fingers with me. I really, really hope that it sends you where it's meant to. But thanks for being here, guys, and I will see you next time. Bye!